जानने की कोशिश करते हैं।
गुड मॉर्निंग तपन जी, एक काम करेंगे आप प्लीज, एंड ऑल द
Ma'am, good morning. Ma'am, good morning.
Good morning all the students, the team members.
Good morning,
I'm sure all of us are all set for the conference.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Good morning, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
So well, let's look forward to the great learning experience, all of you. Tapan ji, please give the responsibility to someone कि जो भी speakers हो उनको spotlight में रखा जाए whenever they will speak.
Right, ma'am.
तो एक dedicated responsibilities दें कुछ लोगों को to manage the whole conference.
Right, ma'am.
Is my voice audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Clear. Ma'am, Satish ji has joined. Michael Dutch has also joined. We are waiting for Sunil Rena ji.
Let us start at dot 10 o'clock. The members
Yes,
will keep on joining, no problems. So we'll start at sharp 10 o'clock.
Right, ma'am. Sevaj and Devanjali, I hope you are both ready. Sevaj and Devanjali.
Yes, sir, we are ready.
Right. Ask Sevaj to switch on the video.
Yes, sir.
हाँ।
Tapanji, Sunil Raina sir has joined.
Yes, Sunil sir has also joined. Satish sir has also joined. Ma'am is there. Sunil sir, good morning.
Very good morning to all of you.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. We are all set, sir. Dr. Urvashi Makkar, Director IMS Ghaziabad, is also here with us.
Good morning, Mr. Sunil. It's great to have you on board.
Good morning. My pleasure completely. Thank you very much.
And good morning, Dr. Michael, too. I haven't seen him yet, but yes, I got to know he has also been there.
All right.
Yes,
Well,
he is
I
there.
think we are all set to start. Yeah, Dr. Michael Dutch, hello. And thanks a lot for joining us.
We are all set. Devanjali and Sehbaz.
I got to know Mr. Satish Ji is also there. So good morning, Satish Ji.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Yeah, good morning, Dr. Rishi, ma'am.
Devanjali and Sehbaz, over to you. All the best.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. In the words of Charles Darwin, it is not the strongest or the most intelligent who will survive, but those who can best manage change. Good morning, everyone. I, Debanjali, along with my co-host Shabaz, welcome you all to the International Conference on the theme Managing Inflection Point in Changing Landscapes Through Technological Innovations, ICMIC 21, organized by the Institute of Management Studies, Ghaziabad, under the patronage and leadership of Sri Nitin Agarwal, Chief Patron and Managing Trustee, IMS Ghaziabad, and Professor Urvashi Makkar, Patron and Director, IMS Ghaziabad. We feel gratified to have among us our honorable guests,
Devanjali, you are on mute.
Devanjali, unmute. Yeah.
So
Go
should
on.
I start again?
Yeah. No. Go on. Start from there.
We feel gratified to have among us our honorable guests, our chief guest, Mr. Sunil Raina, President Lava International, our presidential speaker, Mr. Satish Kohl, Vice President Hitachi, and Dr. Michael Dutch, Professor of Business Management, Set and Hazel Mackin, Professor Urvashi Makkar, Director IMS Ghaziabad, Patron ICMIC 21. We also have among us Professor Tapan Kumar Nayak, Dean Academics IMS Ghaziabad and Chief Convener ICMIC 21, and the conveners of ICMIC 21, Professor Anita Singh, Area Chairperson HR IMS Ghaziabad, Dr. Sachin Malhotra, Dean MCA IMS Ghaziabad, Dr. Sunaina Jain, Area Chairperson Operations IMS Ghaziabad, Dr. Abhinav P. Tripathi, Area Chairperson Marketing, IMS Ghaziabad, Dr. Harsh Pratap Singh, Associate Professor, Finance, IMS Ghaziabad, Mr. Rajneesh Jain, Associate Professor, IT, IMS Ghaziabad, faculty and staff members, and my dear batchmates. Let's have a huge round of applause for everyone present here. Over to you, Shabaz.
Yes, Sehbaz.
Devanjali, you may continue.
Shubham Akroti Kalyanam, Arogyam Dhana Sampada, Shatru Buddhi Vinashaya, Deepa Jyoti Namastate. Now we will have a traditional auspicious lamp lighting ceremony in the virtual mode as a tribute to Ma Saraswati.
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते जगज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
Before we introduce IMS Ghaziabad, let us have a virtual tour of our campus through a video.
कुछ पिक्स दिखा रहे हैं ना ये लोग पिक्स भी दिखा रहे हैं ना इमेज
IMS Ghaziabad is a 31-year-old flagship institute of IMS Society Ghaziabad and one of the oldest B schools in North India, which is accredited globally by ASIC UK and is a proud member of AACSB Business Education Alliance. IMS Ghaziabad has signed MOUs with MCX, India's largest commodity derivatives exchange, BRICS CCI, School of Analysis, CSC Academy, IBM, Northern Illinois University, Fort Hays State University, University of Fredericton, Canada, and Jamia Hamdard to boost research, students, and faculty development. Under the patronage of Sri Nitin Agarwal, Managing Trustee IMS Ghaziabad, and Professor Urvashi Makkar, Director IMS Ghaziabad, the institute has been awarded with the Best Management Institute with Innovative Curriculum Award by FWA, Industry Council and Education Post 2021. Excellence in Industry Academia Interface by Indian Education Network 2021, ranked 14th top B schools in all India, 6th top private institute in all India, and 6th in North India by Times B School Survey 2020. 11th top private B school in North Zone and 8th top private B school in Delhi NCR by the week 2020, and many more. Let's have a huge round of applause. It is my honor to convey the best wishes for the grand success of this international conference by our chief patron and managing trustee of IMS Ghaziabad, Shri Nitin Agarwal ji. Thank you so much, sir. Let me now introduce you to today's conference. The ICMIC 21 is intended to create an interactive platform for academicians, corporate executives, practicing managers, and research scholars for sharing views on latest developments in all domains and the impact of changing economic scenario on different sectors of the business and industry. The conference will also highlight upon the current global threats, risks, and opportunities we all have gone through and are still striving hard to recover. With this conference, we hope to provide a platform to stakeholders to discuss formulation and implementation of strategies and models to meet the changing requirements of global business in the VUCA world. We are elated to share that the conference is being graced by internationally and nationally renowned corporate luminaries from different walks of life. Not only this, more than 120 papers are expected to be presented by researchers, academicians, students, and more during the technical tracks. On this note, I request our chief guest, Mr. Sunil Raina, our presidential speaker, Mr. Satish Kohl, and our director, Professor Urvashi Makkar, to kindly unveil the conference proceedings. Let's have a huge round of applause.
Yes, over to you, Devanjali.
Abbas, you're not audible.
Sehbaz?
You're
No, you
still
are not audible.
I feel privileged. Sir, am I audible now?
Yes.
Yes.
I feel privileged to introduce our chief guest, Mr. Sunil Raina, President and Business Head, Lava International Limited. Sir is a tech and marketing professional with over 2 decades of experience. Sir has held several decision-making roles with large telecom operators like Tata, Airtel, Reliance, and Uninor. Sir has held several leadership roles with Lava for over 10 years and is currently responsible for business functions like sales and distribution, product development, customer service, and marketing communication. Sir is a reputed leader in the mobile industry and has been instrumental in taking organizations to great heights with his firm belief in customer-first philosophy. Let's have a huge round of applause for Sir. Let me now introduce to our presidential speaker, Mr. Satish Kaul. Sir serves as Vice President at Hitachi System Microclinic and has made hands-on experience in managing all facets of its infrastructure, technical solution designing, and technical solution writing. Sir brings nearly 25 years of experience in building information technology, infrastructure strategy, operations, network design, and implementation, information strategy to meet business, financial competitive, and customer satisfaction. Sir earned his MBA from Sikkim Manipal University of Health, Medical, and Technological Sciences. Let's have a huge round of applause for Sir.
It is my pleasure now to introduce our Reverend Director, Professor Urvashi Makkar. Ma'am is a member of the governing body of Shivaji College and Bhagini Nivedita College, University of Delhi. Ma'am was the head of India operations in a New York-based startup, having over 23 years of an illustrious track record in management education with outstanding achievements in delivering mission-critical results as head of the management institutions. Continuing her journey in the areas of research and consultancy, she has been successfully awarded with the prestigious CMI Level 5 Certificate in Management and Leadership for her participation in the UK-India Education and Research Initiatives Technical Leadership Program in collaboration with AICTE in 2017. Besides this, she completed certification course on Higher Education Leadership Program from Harvard School of Education, Harvard University, Boston, USA in 2016. Ma'am has been recently recognized with exemplary contribution in higher education for Global Vision and Outlook Award by Honorable Shri Suresh Prabhu, India's Sherpa to the G7 and G20 during the 3rd Industry Academia Integration Conclave 2021, organized by Federation for World Academics. Let's have a huge round of applause for ma'am. With this, I request Director Ma'am to please give the inaugural address.
Thank you very much, Devanshi, for your kind introduction. I feel really privileged and honored to be part of this great conference organized by IMS Ghaziabad. And on the onset, I take the opportunity to welcome our chief guest, Mr. Sunil Rana, President Lava International, Mr. Satish Kaul, Vice President Hitachi as the presidential speaker, and Mr. Anup Mittal, the presidential speaker, founder and managing director, IDA. It's great to have these three stalwarts today gracing our inaugural session. And we're really honored to have the presence of Dr. Michael Dutch also as the keynote speaker for the plenary session, which is going to be followed immediately after the inaugural session. And it's great to have Dr. Michael Dutch, who is currently associated with Department of Business Administration, Guilford College, University of Houston, North Carolina, US. So I must, besides these experts on board, welcome all the dignitaries, all the participants, all the researchers from the different institutions who have joined us in this international conference on highly relevant theme of managing inflection point in changing landscape through technological innovations. I must share with all the participants, including the students of IMS Ghaziabad of the different programs, PGDM, MCA, my team members, that the choice of this theme has been done very well thought of. It took us a long time to decide on the theme. In the current uncertain times, what should be a topic on which we must have the deliberations, we must have insightful discussions so that the outcome of this conference can be of high relevance, not only to the students of our campus, but to the researchers, academia, society at large. And of course, the outcomes of this conference, we intend to come out in the form of a book after the completion of this conference in the coming days. I'm sure that almost 300 researchers who are going to participate today in this conference and are going to present their research papers, the final outcomes and the deliberations on the issue of managing inflection point is going to be greatly benefiting the various corporate sectors, the academic institutions, and even it can give us the guideline how these issues can be incorporated into the curriculum of management institutions, so that when we are having the great responsibility of creating leaders of tomorrow at ICMIC Ghaziabad, and I'm sure many institutions across the world and across pan-India, they have the same objective. Undoubtedly, the deliberations will benefit each one. We intend to come up with the edited book compilation of the best research papers of today's conference. And I'm very sure that we are looking forward to the quality research as a result of this conference. On the onset, undoubtedly, I was wondering about the theme of the conference, and I tried to find out some literature available on this theme, and I was flabbergasted when I just tried to find out management of inflection points. There are around 100 books which have been written on management of inflection point. There are more than thousands of links which lead to the inflection point management within the organization. So this showcases the interest of the researchers all across the world on this theme. I would like to here highlight one reference which I tried to find out highly relevant and studied it at large in last few days. And that is a Columbia University Business School professor, Rita McGrath's book. He has written on the theme, Seeing Around Corners, How to Spot Inflection Point in Business Before They Happen. I found this reading very interesting. I'm surely going to share the link with my students also, so that if they can go through this book, it can give them great insights into the issue. The professor has written basically the actionable insights on how executives can successfully navigate disruption and change. And very interestingly, she has highlighted certain key takeaways in her book, which I found highly relevant in the current scenario when we are battling with uncertain times throughout the globe. Given the amount of change and disruption in business, which we all are witnessing currently, some people have concluded that the entire enterprise of formulating strategy is to some extent is futile. Of course, it would look amazing when I say so, that formulation of strategy to some extent is futile. But the research suggests that a core strategy is more important now than ever before. Undoubtedly, the whole organization has to be centered around the core strategy, which is being defined, as without real clarity on strategy and priorities, the spontaneous approach will disintegrate into directionless activity. And that's very pertinent to all of us, we can understand. So here comes the role of the leaders of the organization, leaders who successfully take an organization through the inflection points. And that's the key takeaway. And the inflection points increasingly facilitate any organization's energy, connections, and talents, while at the same time, they provide the clear directions also. So simply seeing an inflection point on the horizon is the first step towards successfully navigating any organization by the leaders. So definitely the leaders' next need becomes to decide what direction they will take and how they will mobilize the organizations. So I'm very sure that with so many experts on board during the inaugural session, they are definitely going to put wonderful insights on the theme of the issue. And I'm looking forward to this great learning experience I would suggest my students, the researchers also, to be highly interactive. Once these 3 speeches are going to be over, the talks by the guest, the chief guest, the talk by our presidential speakers will be over. We would be having 15 minutes of open forum in which the students and the researchers can ask their queries, they can ask questions. And I would really appreciate our students to come forward with their queries so that they can learn from their inquisitiveness. I always have maintained that the culture of inquisitiveness in any organization can lead to the greater heights. And not only the skill enhancement happens in the due course, it helps the students to create their placement readiness also. So I'm looking forward to this great experience. Once again, welcome to all the dignitaries on board. On behalf of IMS fraternity, I convey my best wishes to the team who has taken a lot of pain and efforts in getting this conference making happen in this turbulent time, when initially we had thought of having this conference in the offline mode in our campus in the auditorium, and the whole preparations were based on those offline model. And today we are sitting virtually facing each other on the screen, and even the conference proceeding has been unveiled virtually. So I'm sure that we can understand the uncertainty of the scenario from this, that how adaptability, the flexibility is so much important. And our team of international conference has proven it rightly that whatso come ever, we are going to deliver. So I'm sure that we are looking forward to this great learning experience. So over to our distinguished guests for their distinguished talks. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such a thoughtful insight into today's theme. With that, I would now like to invite Mr. Sunil Raina, sir, for the chief guest address.
So first of all, thank you for having me here. It's a great pleasure to be a part of this conference. Like you said, it was supposed to be a physical conference, but like the times are changing very rapidly. So, and I must compliment all of you for quickly adapting to the situation and bringing this conference online. So congratulations to all of you for doing such a wonderful job. And for me, this topic is very interesting because when I speak in the Indian context, there's a lot of changes are happening right now as we speak, especially in the technology domain. And while technology is a very fascinating subject to talk about, we all love to talk about technology, but at the same time, I must give a reality check to all of you, and which is about India, the realities of technology in India and technologies from India. And the reality check is that so far, India has not been able to create technologies. India has primarily been user of technology, the adopter of technology. So we adopt technology faster than others, but we are not the ones who are creating the technology for the world. And then there's a context to it. So everything that is happening in the country or whatever has happened in the history of technology changes, there's a certain context to that. And I would like to speak about that context for some time, and then I'll take you through what we are doing from our end, make sure that we make those changes which are required in the country as a whole to grow from here onwards. If you look at the earlier era, those whether it's antiquity, whether it is the medieval history period, the most of the dominance that countries or geographies they wanted to have was on the land grab. Most of the wars that have happened in the world have happened for land grab. And if you see over the last maybe half a century or so, you realize that Now these wars are less about land grabs. They are more about technology grab. So because now we are in a world which is borderless, and technology has actually made the world borderless. The same, the Googles of the world, the Facebooks of the world, the Amazons of the world, they have practically, almost everybody's data sitting in one place. So that's what technology can do. It can just remove borders and make sure that you don't need to do a land grab. You actually do so that you are able to create that dominance in the world.
Sir, you have put yourself.
You are not audible, sir.
I think somebody muted me. So,
Okay, sir.
yeah, okay.
Now you're audible.
Okay, so what I was saying is that these land grabs have happened at multiple stages in the world, right? From Ottoman Empire establishment to British Empire. So all this has been about the land grab, but that's not the case anymore. You see very few incidents of one country wanting to invade another country for land. Very few incidents, not as much as it used to happen previously. Now, the important change that has taken place in the last a century or so is the economic dominance which countries are looking for achieving. And technology has played the most important role in building that economic dominance for a country. Starting from Europe to America, from there it went to Japan, from Japan it went to Korea, from Korea it went to Taiwan, from Taiwan to China. Wherever this shift of ecosystem, technology ecosystem has shifted, it has prospered the countries significantly, exponentially. And it is also the reason why you would find very large brands coming from these countries and not from other countries. So most of the brands in the world today either come from Europe or from US or Japan or Korea or Taiwan or China. You do not find a global scale brand coming out of any place other than these. There are very, very few examples of that, because the technology movement from one country to another country has actually transformed that country completely. Look at what has happened in China in the last 2 decades. In 1990s, our GDP per capita and China's GDP per capita until late 80s was equal. Our GDPs were same. And today, China's GDP is 5 times that of India. So what changed in these 2.5 decades? It's very interesting, what they have done at their end to make this transformation possible. For example, India's dependence on GDP, therefore the contribution GDP from agriculture is 16%, while as China, their dependence is only 8%. Manufacturing contribution to GDP in China is roughly 26%, and in India it is half of that. So these are indicators that tell you how countries progress over time. And one very important thing, because we are talking about technology and innovation, one very important thing, one important data point that you must definitely look at, which is the patents being filed and patents being granted to the countries or to the companies from those countries. So today, China is applying almost double of patents, international patents, every year, double of US. And so they are applying for example, China, their patents are roughly, what they're applying for is roughly, what they get as number of patents in a year is roughly 500,000 patents. And US is also at the same level, 500,000 patents. but the patents that India is getting is only 30,000 a year. So when we talk about technology, when we talk about changes that have to happen, there's a lot of catching up that India still needs to do. And why I'm giving this perspective is for you to understand where we stand today, and therefore how much work is required to be done. And because you come from the newer generation and you're people who are going to finally lead organizations, you must understand that the economic prosperity of this country is dependent on how well we do on innovation and how well we do on technology. So the patents is one very important indicator for us to know how much work we are still supposed to do. At the same time, while China's dominance in technology space is growing and it is becoming a big threat to the world power right now, which is USA. Therefore, you will see there's a lot of geopolitical issues which are coming up right now. But at the same time, India is standing at the most opportune time to have this ecosystem shifted from China into India. So the factors that are going against China today are their labor costs, because their GDP has gone up. So they have a challenge of labor cost. They have a challenge of infrastructure cost. Therefore, the cost of production, cost of building technology is higher in China right now. And also, at the same time in India, this is precisely the advantage that we offer. One, our cost of labor is very low. Second, our cost of infrastructure is very low. And also, we have the demographic advantage. We have a very large population of young people who are deployable in all sectors of business. Therefore, that energy that we have today, if it is deployed in the right places, in the right sectors, is truly going to transform this country. So therefore, the shift is inevitable. The shift from China into India is going to happen. So therefore, in the next couple of decades, you will see that if we do it right, we will progress as fast as what China has done in the last 2 decades. It is a natural progression of growth for a country. However, at the same time, because it's an ecosystem building job and it's a competitive world out there, so it is going to take some time. It's going to take a lot of effort from our end. So therefore, the job that we have for the next 1 decade is to try and become technology creators and not just be the passive receptors of technology. That's an important thing that we have to understand. Coming to one of the very key indicators, if you see around the globe, there are roughly 4 billion people in the world who earn less than $5.50 a day. And India's contribution to that population is very high. Almost 1/3 of that world lives in India. So when we talk of technology, we must talk of technology in terms of it being empowering for people who we want to address. When I say empowering, in India itself, for example, I'm talking about our sector. Today, there are roughly 40 million customers who still are not using smartphones. 400 million customers, which is 40 crore people. So 40 crore people still are not using smartphones, which means they are deprived of the benefits that the technology can offer to them. So which itself means that unless and until we are able to give access of technology to these people, we will not be able to elevate the standard of living for these people. Therefore, when we talk about technology, it has to be empowering technology. It has to be responsible technology, not technology for the sake of technology. It has to mean something to people. It has to deliver the quality of life for people at large. So that's something that we as a company are completely focused on. So in fact, today, in terms of innovations, what we have done, first of all, to do innovations, you must have the infrastructure for innovations. So in India, you will find that there is very little R&D happening across sectors. In our sector, in fact, because we being Indian company, we are the only company in our sector which is having a full-fledged R&D structure of our own. We have a full-fledged R&D organization that works on building empowering technology. Similarly, we have a full-fledged manufacturing setup of our own, which converts that innovation into quality output for consumers. So some of the innovations, because I will also talk about once the opportunity is given to Indian engineers, they will be able to create magic. And this is happening all over the world. So most of the world today, the tech world, is dominated by Indians. But we still have not really been able to deploy that talent to create those technologies out of India. Now, let me tell you, when we deployed our engineers to create solutions for Indian market, and especially for this a very large population of people who are at the bottom of the pyramid, we were able to come up with very interesting innovations, which were very empowering to consumers. For example, we created a payment solution which works without internet and which works on the simple button phone, what we call a feature phone. You can do P2P transactions, you can do mobile commerce on that, which was not possible till date. Why did it come about? It is because a large part of the population in this country do not have access to banking. When you do not have access to banking, how can you still connect them to the banking system? So that's what we looked at as one great opportunity, which is going to empower people. Secondly, access to health, medical health infrastructure is very poor in our rural areas. And bulk of this population that I'm talking about lives in rural areas. So if somebody today is COVID affected and you have to check your temperature regularly, you do not have access to checking the temperature because they don't have thermometers that they buy. They can buy a phone, but they don't want to buy a thermometer. Similarly, the heart rate, the blood pressure, if you have to just check the blood pressure of a person, the person has to perhaps walk several kilometers and go to a medical center somewhere 20 kilometers away and get himself or herself checked for heart rate and blood pressure. So that is the state of affairs that we have today in our country. And these are realities on the ground. So what we did in the same feature phone that the person uses, we have built in sensors for monitoring the temperature, body temperature. And we have also built sensors for checking the blood pressure and heart rate, so that the person does not have to go all the way to a medical center. And by the time things can change dramatically in today's time, if you know how much things are changing, by the time you reach the medical facility, it can be very late. So these are the health related things that we are doing to empower our Indians at different places that they live in the rural areas. Now, coming on to smartphones, something that was done as a global first was creating a customizable phone. So all of us want different RAM, different ROMs, different cameras, etc., etc. So our team, when they looked at the scenario of what people in this country want, how much value conscious they are, so they would not want to pay for things that they don't need, but they are forced to buy those things which they actually don't need. Therefore came this concept of customizable phones. So that's something that was done for the first time in the world, which we have been able to deliver recently in the last quarter in January. We did a launch of that. So the point I'm trying to drive is that India is now at a stage, what you call an inflection point, wherein things are going to change dramatically from here on, provided we are able to build the right infrastructure in this country. And the key infrastructure requirement is R&D, and which is something which we do not do well enough yet, at least for our own companies. So these are some of the things that we have done from our side. So as a country, what do we have? So as a country, we have large human resource. We have skill that can be deployed. We have low per capita income, which means we can produce cheaper material and supply to the world. And we are ourselves a very large market. We are every fifth person in the world is Indian. So that's the kind of large market that we are talking about, which means the domestic consumption is also very high. But what we don't have today, which are our weaknesses, is that we do not create technology yet. And we have lesser capital because of our low GDP as a country. So let me give you some statistics of when the smartphone ecosystem is going to come to India. What do we see happening in the next 10 years time? By 2030, this sector will be able to create 10 to 14 million jobs and also contribute roughly $700 billion to the GDP of the country. And out of the global pie of manufacturing, our country will be able to take roughly 650 billion worth of manufacturing ecosystem is going to come to India. And roughly $250 billion of exports of smartphones will happen from India. So that is the possibility, and that is the roadmap that we have built, that we have worked along with the government to say, this is how we should move as a country forward and make this country a hub for technology and manufacturing over the next 1 decade. So therefore, in a nutshell, if in order for us as a country to evolve on the technology curve, we will have to reform in multiple areas. And the first and the foremost is the education. And second is skilling. In fact, our education today, the kind of education that we impart in engineering colleges and other places, is not really in sync with what is supposed to happen in the next 10 years. Therefore, a dramatic change must happen at the level of education. For example, even in management institutes, even in engineering institutes, we must inspire our young students for the country. In fact, this has happened country after country, whether be it Korea, be it Japan, be it China. The inspiration that people had for building the country actually led to that transformation. So don't look at things from the perspective of how good a job I'm going to get. Look at things from the perspective of how much value can you give to the country? How much can you contribute in the progress of the country? Because if the country progresses, you will progress by default. In fact, the richer countries have the companies from those countries. For example, US, there are roughly 200 Fortune 500 countries which come from US. Their contribution to US's GDP, their revenue contribution to US's GDP is roughly 50%. And in India, the contribution of Fortune 500 countries, which is companies, which is roughly 13 out of them, they contribute only 13% of the GDP. So if we have to make this country rich, we have to make companies rich, and therefore all of us have a lot of hard work to do in times to come. And with that, I wish you all the best, and thank you for having me here. And it was lovely sharing my thoughts, and all the best to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Over to you, Devanjali.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for pointing out how the shift in technology and innovation has made tremendous change in the different economies of the world. So I think with that, I would like to invite Mr. Satish Kaul, sir, for the presidential address.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Sir, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, I'm audible. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So thanks to IMS management for having me here to deliver presidential address. It was a wonderful introduction of mine. I want to say I'm Satish Kaul, taking care of IT service delivery in Hitachi Systems, microcontroller. I would like to congratulate IMS management, Professor Urushi ma'am, faculty members for conducting this international conference. And they have chosen a very important topic, keeping in mind the prevailing conditions we have right now across globe, which has created a havoc in our life. I came to know 3-4 days back you had selected this topic, but you had a first inflection point that you were not able to conduct this conduct this conference, and we have to go into the virtual mode. So thanks to entire team who is involved in this for adapting to this technology and make this virtual possible in a shortest possible of time. I have came across so many people who are saying these conferences, seminars, whether it is virtual, whether it is a physical webinars, why we need this, what do we benefit this? Trust me and believe me, I have gained a lot in attending these conferences, attending these seminars, online, virtual, earlier physical. We have gained a lot of networking, and then I was just doing some research and I compiled, and I want to share with you the feedback of some of the leading people who tell us about these virtual these conferences, how we benefit. Apart from the networking and all these conferences gives us an opportunity to broaden the thinking and knowledge by listening to the different people, experts, regarding their theories, regarding their trends of different field. The people, we can also have new ways, new tools, we can have unpublished, we can have access to the unpublished data and researches which were not available for the public, or which were not available in any domain. Then these conferences also help us to gather information, listening to presentation of other speakers from all over the world. These conferences, at least I can share my feeling, that has given me opportunity to meet and interact with the fellow people from the same domain or the other domain. I have had an experience of gaining their processes, their frameworks, how they react to different situations, and it has helped me a lot. Now coming back to the theme of this conference, managing inflection point in changing landscape through technology innovation. As I said, it is very important topic, keeping mind the prevailing COVID conditions across globe. I treat this inflation point, I relate it to the risks, though we cannot do it directly related to risk, but these are unwanted risks. When we do anything, we plan anything, we plan any project, we plan any service or production or anything. So a lot of expertise goes into that to find all those things. What will be the unknown? Known risks everyone knows, and they can create the structure to overcome those risks. But unknown risks, it takes a lot of expertise to create the framework how we can mitigate those risks. Similarly, this managing inflation, though they gives indications, they gives sort of pointers that yes, something is going to happen, whether it is a negative or it is a positive, something is going to happen. But the problem is that in today's world, the main challenge for leaders, for decision makers, for people who are at the helm of the affairs has a challenge to see an inflation point coming, how they can see that, how the inflation point is coming, how they will adapt at the last moment, and how they bring the organization along into the post-inflation point. So unless these leaders have well-honed ways of challenging the assumptions, it will be very easy to fall prey to blind spots. Now, if to mitigate these points or to overcome these inflection points, the leaders or the decision makers or the people who are at the helm of affairs, instead of sitting in the rooms, in the air conditioned rooms, in their workstations, they have to be there in the main, whether it is a production line, it is in the work area, it is in stores, it is in warehouses, wherever actual activity is happening, they have to be there to understand what are the challenges, what are the issues, what are the shortcomings, so that when there's these kind of points, they will be easy to adopt and they can use the right technology, right processes, right environment to make sure that they bring the company out of, if it is a negative effect due to this inflection point, they can bring company out of this environment and make sure that company is on the right track, on the right business. So if we see since last almost go to 10-15 years back, there was I could remind I could remind 5 or 6 inflation points which were there, which were giving the indication, but some of the organizations, some of the companies or businesses could not adapt to that. Let's take an example of the common point. In 2008, Google introduced the Android OS. We are using the Android today, Android phones, and we like it. The mobile phones at that moment, who were in the business or who were not at the top of the business, they adopted that technology and they became the number one at that, became the number one in the mobile phones. But the main companies who were at the number one at that time, I will not name those companies, they didn't adopted these technologies, but they keep their legacy systems intact, and then they were out of the business, almost out of the business. Yeah, I will take the name of Apple. You see, Apple was almost out of the business in late 2009 or 10. But what happened once they brought Apple phone, they changed this adaptability. They were again in the business. So Apple is again in the green since last almost 8-9 years because of their iPads, because of their Apple, because they brought a new technology. They sense the pulse of the people, what they want, how they will be back in the business. So they were back in the business. Similarly, I can give one more example. I just want to give these examples to the students who are there. At least they are aware what is happening, what has happened, and how to adapt to the new technology, how to react. Some leading camera makers were there. Again, I will not name those camera makers. They never adapted to the technology, that digital technology boom which was going on, and they were the leaders in cameras in the globe. But what happened? Because they thought their legacy is correct, they kept their legacy systems intact, and again they were almost out of the business. Similarly, e-commerce. Today, it has become the part and parcel of our life. From buying grocery, milk, bread to so many things. But some of the stores who have diversified, they were able to manage and they are in the business. But some other stores who never diversify into the e-commerce, they thought that no, they will be there. Either they are in the verge of closing or some of them are already closed. I will give you one main, the event which has just occurred almost 20 days back. Everyone is aware what happened in this Egypt Suez Canal. That cargo ship Evergreen got stuck, and it has never happened in the last 80, 90 years. And those promoters of that never thought that this is going to happen. So what happened? The entire path got blocked. We had somewhere around $1 billion of losses. But those at the helm of affairs of that, they never thought of having that some alternative also, that maybe someday this will happen. But they never reacted to that. Now COVID, if we go almost 6 to 7 years back to our history, I have seen myself, most of you might have seen or heard that there were the indications that some major epidemic or pandemic is going to come, because there's a trend every 100 years we have this epidemic or pandemic in this universe. But no one was bothered. The leaders were always giving the indication that within 5 years, within 6 years, we will have another one pandemic or this epidemic. But no one bothered to look into that. What happened today? We are at the mercy of the God. Today, what is happening in our country? Even there's no one had done any research. We were so confident on our technologies, what we have. We were so much confident on our infrastructure. No one thought to do some research on the basis of the first, which is known to all of us in 1920. The second wave is always problematic. It's dangerous, but no one went into that mode and thought across the globe. So what I'm trying to say that we have to evolve some mechanism, some technology, so that we can understand the pulse of this or effect of this, how to change pulse of this inflection points, how to adopt those changes because of those inflection points. We are, though it is difficult, but we have to adopt that thing. Even I want to give you the example of Hitachi. We were not 100% prepared, but yes, 50% we were already prepared. As Mr. Rana already pointed out, the technology what we are using in India, or it is only limited to if the good technology or advanced technology what we are using in India, it's limited to only urban or maybe semi-urban, but not everywhere. In India, we don't have the culture of work from home. It was not before COVID. So every person except the top management or the middle management, everyone, the actual worker, actual technician, actual engineers, they were not having access to the laptops, even in India. Though we are in this advanced mode. So what happened? The people were helpless. But in Hitachi, everyone has access to laptops. So we were not affected. We were, our, this work never got affected. Maybe, yes, it got affected where physical presence is required, but actually it never got affected. Even we did a very good business in last year, March, April, May, because of this. So also one thing, what happened that in India, we don't trust technologies. In business houses, we always think that, okay, because I'm a service delivery person, IT service delivery person, so I want to share my experience. that in India, in most of the business houses, we think that I need a person right down at my desk. They don't believe in remote technology. The businesses think that they have to have a physical resource who can do the things. Even you give them so many justifications, they will never think. But what happened? This COVID has taught them this scenario. Today, almost IT service business is being run through remote technology, almost 50 to 60% through remote technology, where we don't have to send the person to the user's desk or in the data centers to take care. Today we can do it remotely. Earlier it was possible, but it was not common in India. But now 50 to 60% it is happening. We are doing that. So to add up what Mr. Rana has said, that yes, in our India, the technology boom, adaptability is very high, but we never bothered to do something innovative things. I was reading in some almost 8-9 months before COVID, almost 1 year, in India, who is present in everywhere across globe, and in India where this middle technology is, they are expert in that middle technology after adaptability. But within next 5 to 6 years, since all the technologies are now aligned with artificial intelligence, these laptops, desktop will vanish within 5 to 6 years. There will be a technology based on artificial intelligence. Even your mobiles can do. Today I can do almost, until unless I don't have to do this virtual reality where I have to present something, I can do it on my mobile, but it's not so efficient. But within 5 to 6 years, 5 to 6 years, I can do everything. I don't need this laptop. This will vanish from the market, vanish from our life. So if we don't adapt to that technology, like artificial intelligence, so the technology or the technology people in India will be vanished. If we don't invest, if we don't create means to do the research on the artificial intelligence in India, which is not happening. So I have from my experience, from my my child or other colleagues, I have seen that in engineering colleges, some of the engineering colleges are just for the sake of getting the degree, getting the placement. Otherwise, they are not adapted to the technology which is required in the present day. So my advice to each, and you guys are expert, just train these our future, because they will be handling most of this within next 5 years, 7 years, 10 years. All the important positions, they will be decision makers. So they have to be trained as per the model which there will be in the coming years, not just for the sake of getting degree and getting this placements and then enjoy their life without any motive. So we have to create these people, create these children or create these kids to adapt to the technology, rather inventing the technology related to what is happening in the world. So which is missing right now. Until and unless we don't start this from the grassroots level, not just theoretical, we have to be focused on the practical things, and that too aligned with the technologies, aligned to the needs. We will not be surviving in technology within next 7 to 8 after 7 to 8 years. So this was the thing from my side. I hope at the end of this conferences, the researchers, participants, attendees in this conference will come with a brilliant ideas now how to take care of these inflection points by involving, by thinking new technologies, involving new technologies available in the market. So all the best for the successful of this conference. Once again, thanks IMS management, Professor Urvashi ma'am and other faculty members for having me here, and congratulations for conducting this conference. Thanks, have a good day and be safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Satish, and we are expecting you to stay back till the felicitation ceremony.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for letting us know about the how effective management of the inflection point can lead to an organization success in different environments. So with that, I now request Professor Urvashi Makkar, Director IMS Ghaziabad, to present a virtual memento to our chief guest, Mr. Sunil Raina, sir, as a token of gratitude. Let's have a huge round of applause.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sunil, sir.
Very much. My pleasure.
Thank you very much, Sunilji, for your presence and wonderful, insightful talk.
I once again request ma'am to present the virtual memento to our presidential speaker, Mr. Satish Kaul, as a token of remembrance. Let's have a huge round of applause.
Thanks a lot, Satish, for your presence. It's a great honor to have you with us.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Satish ji. Thank you, Sunil, sir.
Very much.
Yes, Devanjali, over to you.
Yes, sir. This brings us to the plenary session. We feel humbled to have among us our keynote speakers, Dr. Michael Dutch, Professor of Business Management, SET and Hazel Mackin, Mr. Ashish Patel, Managing Director, Morgan Franklin, Dr. Ashish Bansal, Director, Process Improvement, Columbus Technology and Services Incorporated, USA, Ms. Sultana Princess, Founder and President of We Care for Humanity, Mr. Rakesh Kaur, President, Railway Division, Kalpataru Power Transmission Limited, Mr. Rohit Galdotra, Country Head, Sales and Marketing, North America 10 Times Private Limited, Mr. Amit Sethi, Branch Head, DBS Bank, Noida, and Professor Urvashi Makkar, Director, IMS Ghaziabad, and Patron, ICMIC 21. Let's have a huge round of applause for all of them. The theme of the plenary session is managing inflection points through technological innovation and role of artificial intelligence, organization, and society. We are humbled to share that our international speakers have been kind to give their consent to be a part of the plenary session in spite of being in different time zones, as we all are aware that it is almost midnight in the US. Before introducing our dignitaries, let's have a virtual tour of IMS Ghaziabad. IMS Ghaziabad is a 31-year-old flagship institute of the IMS Society Ghaziabad and one of the oldest B schools in North India, which is accredited globally by ASIC UK and is a proud member of AACSB Business Education Alliance. IMS Ghaziabad has signed MOUs with MCX, India's largest commodity derivatives exchange, BRICS CCI School of Analysis, CSC Academy, IBM, Northern Illinois University, Fort Hays State University, University of Fredericton, Canada, and Jamia Hamdard to boost research, student, and faculty development. Under the patronage of Shri Nitin Agarwal, Sir, Managing Trustee IMS Ghaziabad, and Professor Urvashi Makkar, Director IMS Ghaziabad, the institute has been awarded with Best Management Institute with Innovative Curriculum Award by FWA, Industry Council and Education Post 2021, Excellence in Industry Academia Interface by India Education Network 2021, ranked 14th top B school in all India, 6th top private institute in all India, and 6th in North India by Times B School Survey 2020, 11th top private B school in North Zone, and 8th top private B school in Delhi NCR by the Week 2020, and many more. Let's have a huge round of applause. Let me take you to the unveiling of the conference proceeding which took place during the inaugural session. Let's have a huge round of applause. With that, I once again request Director Ma'am to please address the gathering.
Director ma'am, over to you, ma'am.
Well, very good afternoon to all of you. It's again my pleasure to address to all the speakers, to all the participants of today's conference. And I must say and share my thoughts that inaugural session has been highly insightful, a great learning experience with the presence of our chief guest, Mr. Sunil Raina, who is President Lava, then Mr. Satish Kohl, the presidential address by Vice President Hitachi. These two talks definitely have given us certain different perspectives about management of inflection points in the organizations in the current uncertain times. We are really honored to have the presence in this international plenary session. Dr. Michael Dutch is here. So we welcome him on behalf of IMS Ghaziabad, and we're looking forward to listen to him in few minutes. We have the presence of
Mr. Ashish Patel has also joined.
So well, we have in this plenary session the presence of Dr. Maria. I could see her. Hi, Dr. Maria. It's great to have you on board in our conference. We have the presence of Mr. Ashish Patel, Managing Director, Morgan Franklin also. So it's great honor to have him also on board. I just had a talk with Dr. Ashish Bansal. He's joining us in a minute. And a person of great stage, director, process improvement with the Columbia Technologies. He's also on board in this plenary international speaker session. So I'm sure that these deliberations definitely are going to be great learning experience for our students. It will give them the fodder for thought. It will definitely make them understand the importance of management of inflection points in the organizations on day-to-day basis and how the strategic decisions can impact the organizations. We just had discussion based on, during the inaugural session, a book which I was recently reading, and that book definitely has given a lot of insights to me also. The book by Columbia University Business School Professor Rita McGrath, and the title of the book, Seeing Around the Corners, How to Spot Inflection Points in Business Before They Happen, has given me a lot of interesting takeaways and insights. And I'm so sure that if we'll go deep into certain readings of this book, they can be highly useful in terms of understanding how to go ahead with management of inflection points. So there have been 3 tips which have been highlighted in this book. I would very quickly like to share with all the participants. And on top, it has been maintaining the organization's openness to new information. That definitely has been one of the actionable tips to help navigate change and disruption, and how to even identify the inflection point. And simply seeing an inflection point on the horizon definitely can be the first step towards successfully navigating it in any organization. And surely any organization has to decide what direction they will take and then mobilize the organization. So the first and the foremost point surely has to be how to maintain the organization's openness to the new information. And very interesting reading has been there in this book, in which the book has cited the example of one Andy Grove, who articulated this point in his original work on strategic inflection points. And he highlighted there that before the pattern is clear, the organizations have to let a certain amount of chaos reign. That sounds, of course, interesting, that before having the management of inflection point, before having any pattern to be clear in any organization, it's always advisable to have a certain amount of chaos to reign in the organization. And lots of inputs, lots of ideas, lots of arguments are really essential in any organization for managing the inflection point. Only after we have sufficient information, and here we have not to forget the weak signals which have become the strong enough, which can give us the cues. They should have the collateral collated together, and they should give us the idea that in which particular strategic path we can take our organization around. And one very important point which has come to the forte in the management of inflection point from the various researchers reading, I have come to know that absolute openness and the willingness to confront unpleasant information is really crucial. And undoubtedly, wishing things were different is a recipe for corporate disaster. So undoubtedly, the high-performing CEOs are unanimously alike in this one thing. They insist on total openness and brutal truth. I must say brutal truth, even if it challenges their previously held assumptions. And I must say that make that especially if it challenges their previously held assumptions, definitely. Because some leaders have to listen to the alarmists also in the organizations for the success. Alarmists can be those people who occasionally are dismissed as, you can say, distractors within the organizations for conveying the bad news. Instead of immediately dismissing them, we should think of them as the helpful crusaders of the organizations, I must say, who broaden the range of outcomes we are considering, or who are exposed to, we can say, the subtle or key inputs that are different from which we normally see in the organizations. And that's really important and very, very pertinent for having successful navigation of your organizations in the direction of the inflection points. And I'm sure that with the presence of highly acclaimed experts on board today in this plenary session, we are going to dive deep into these intricacies further. We are definitely going to have much more insights. So once again, I welcome all the expert speakers on board, and we are looking forward to listening to them. So thank you very much. And I'm again so sure that this deliberations of the plenary session are going to be highly insightful, thoughtful for the students to explore further, to go ahead in identifying the issues further and to do further research. Because as the management professionals, undoubtedly, they are expected to take over tomorrow the organizations in the various strategic roles. And this theme, which has been chosen by us at IMS Ghaziabad, has been highly relevant to the current uncertain scenarios. So looking forward to listening to all the speakers. Once again, welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for enlightening us. It is my privilege to now introduce Dr. Michael Dutch, Professor of Business Management, SET and Hazel Mackin. Sir has 17 years of full-time teaching experience at Guildford College and at Greensboro College, where he held an endowed professorship. Sir holds a PhD in management from the University of Houston and an MBA and BS in business from Drexel University. Sir's recent research has focused on management history, while his general research interests revolve around the organizational culture and human resource management topics. Before coming to academia, Sir spent 15 years in the industry. Sir has held positions such as productivity improvement consultant and has also managed production, technical services, quality assurance, and training. Sir is currently on the board of examiners for his state's Quality Award and has previously served on the board of examiners for the United States National Quality Award. Let's have a huge round of applause for Sir. It is my pleasure to now introduce Mr. Ashish Patel. Sir serves as a managing director at Morgan Franklin with a focus on expanding the firm's CIO advisory practice and developing solution areas in IT strategy, digital transformation, and financial technology. He brings more than 20 years of experience in e-commerce and mobile banking platforms to bear for his bank and financial service clients. Prior to joining Morgan Franklin, Sir served as Senior Vice President of Technology at Bank of America, gaining invaluable experience leading mobile and online retail banking projects. Sir earned his MBA from the University of South Carolina and is both a Six Sigma Green Belt and a certified Scrum Master. Let's have a huge round of applause for Sir. I would also like to introduce Dr. Ashish Bansal. Sir is the Director of Process Improvement, Columbus Technology and Services Incorporated, USA, since the last 5 years. Sir has over 20 years of experience in managing business strategy, operations, product development, R&D, technology scale-up, regulatory compliances, and facilities. Sir is an excellent communicator who can easily communicate with the audience ranging from mayor of LA to national and international scientists to grade school students. Let's have a huge round of applause for Sir.
We also have amongst us Miss Sultana Princess. Ma'am is a recipient of Darja Kherabat, Sulu and Jambi and is the Crown Princess of the Royal Kingdom of Maharlika Darussalam. Ma'am is the founder and president of We Care for Humanity, a non-profit organization which works on spreading humanitarian across the world. With various projects in countries including Nigeria, Egypt, India, Sri Lanka, and many more. Ma'am is also the brain of the Global Officials of Dignity Awards. Ma'am travels around the world to perform humanitarian works via the Traveling Princess TV show, as she represents numerous global organizations as Goodwill Ambassador. Ma'am is the board member of the Council on Trade and Industry for Filipino America since 2011. Some of the most popular books written by Ma'am are The Greatest Humanitarian of the World and WCH poetry books. Let's have a huge round of applause for Ma'am. We also have with us Dr. Rakesh Gaur, President Railway Division, Kalpataru Power Transmission Limited. Sir is an EPC professional with 35 years of international experience in handling projects, having extensive exposure to all facets of business forum, acquisition to execution, including engineering, equipment and service contracts, project management, construction, and commissioning. Sir has managed over 70 Indian and international projects, acquired and owned skills working in India, Canada, and CIS countries, and have worked with ACC, L&T, Erkon, Siemens, ABB, and KEC. Let's have a huge round of applause for Sir. Let me now introduce Mr. Amit Sethi, Branch Head, DBS Bank, Noida, where his role involves mentoring and driving assets and liabilities business terms. Sir has over 13 years of experience in SME banking. Sir started his career with DBS in 2015. Sir's key responsibility was to build from scratch the SME book in Delhi NCR. Sir's key area of expertise is in the business development and portfolio management. Let's have a huge round of applause for Sir.
Sehbaz, we have Mr. Dr. Ashish Bansal also. Have you introduced? Devanjali.
Yes, sir, I had introduced.
Yes, sir, Devanjali
Okay,
has the
okay, please. Yeah.
Well, I take opportunity to welcome Mr. Rakesh Gaur too, and Mr. Amit Sethi. It's our honor, and Dr. Ashish Bansal, who has just joined us. It's great honor that we have various experts on board. We're looking forward to listen to them. So over to all the speakers, starting from Dr. Michael. Over to you.
Good morning, and thank you for inviting me. Let me see if I can share a screen. All right, thank you again, and it's a great pleasure and honor to be invited back to IMS this beautiful morning, and it's very early in the United States right now. The conference started at 12:30 a.m. for me, so I'm suffering from virtual jet lag, but it's an honor to be back. And today's conference, we're going to be talking about innovation, and the innovation that's made necessary due to an inflection point. And earlier, actually, it was just quite pleasurable to hear. We had a brief discussion in the introduction on GDP. And if we look at the GDP of India over the last 20 years, it is an amazing story. The India of our grandparents, that economy doesn't really exist anymore. And the economy of India has been exploding since liberalization. What worked in organizations 20 years ago will not work today. So the relevance of this conference is critical. Now, let's talk about the topic of today. What leads to winning? Organizations are about achieving objectives, and I call that winning. And if I work harder than everyone else, all else being equal, I can win. If I have more resources, if I'm bigger than stronger than everyone else, all else being equal, I can win. But all else isn't equal because the world is continually evolving around us. And if I'm bigger and stronger and work harder at something which is obsolete, I am sentencing myself to irrelevance. But you know what? We don't like innovation. How's that? We as humans don't like to change. And I'm not sure if you have similar phrases in India, but these are some common US phrases. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Leave well enough alone. Once we are successful, we get complacent. We know how to win and we don't want to change because change introduces the risk of failure. It's easier to be safe than to embrace change. Now, of course, we know this is bad. Whoops. One of my favorite quotes, the only difference between a rut and a grave is the depth. If we don't continue to grow, to change, to evolve, as humans, we're effectively dead. As organizations, we will die. Unless we innovate, we'll just do more of the same. And more of the same, when the world is changing around us, will lead to tragedy on an organizational scale. Now, failing to innovate, standing still, has never been an effective organizational strategy. If I'm winning, I'm happy, I like to celebrate, I gather my resources and I become more and more resourced. But as I'm doing that, all of my competitors are looking at me, studying me, trying to find a way at least to catch, if not surpass me. Standing still is a recipe for one, a diluted market, or two, giving my competition the opportunity to leapfrog me. So really, the message today, given the speed of change around us, is innovate or sink to irrelevance. And my title had quicksand in it. Success can get us stuck. Success can be our quicksand. And we have to be careful to avoid that. Now, when we're in trouble, when we find ourselves in quicksand, when we wake up and find that we are no longer as relevant as we were, we're inclined to react violently. I've never been in quicksand. Hopefully none of you have been in quicksand, but in the movies at least, people get in quicksand and they start flailing all about. An unplanned action in response to a pressure is likely to be unsuccessful. So we have to plan for innovation. We have to create our organizations so that they embrace innovation, very similar to what ma'am just said. So when I was a young man, this device here, the Sony Walkman, was the personal listening device, and it was a portable cassette player. And if you had a Sony Walkman, you were at the top of the pack. And Sony was the leader in personal listening devices. Sony was the name in electronics. Now, Sony is still a leading brand, but I wouldn't say Sony is the name anymore. And this personal listening device evolution may explain why. So Sony exploits this market with a cassette player, and they get the best portable cassette player there is. Now, of course, physical media changes, and they stay with the physical media concept, and they switch from cassettes to CDs, and then they even go to mini CDs. Meanwhile, Apple, upstart Apple, they don't invent the MP3. They don't invent the digital marketplace. But what they do is they bring these two together and invent a new way to deliver music. And Apple makes this whole market irrelevant. Now, eventually Sony does come back with their own MP3 player, but it's too late. What's even more interesting to me in this whole evolution is Microsoft. Microsoft at that time was and still is, the technology company. Microsoft, bigger, stronger, maybe even better technological foundation than Apple. They're asleep at the wheel. And I can just see the Microsoft folks saying, we're a software company, we don't make hardware. And then they give this market away to Apple. Now, Apple's smart. Apple started to use their hardware to get into the software business. And when Microsoft saw Apple eroding their market share, they tried to get into this market. But you know what? It was too late. In order to win, you have to be substantially better. And why the Zune, the Microsoft product, probably was better than the equivalent Apple product, it was too late. And Microsoft's still a big player, but they never got that market. They allowed their competitor to take it from them. In a similar fashion, IBM. Now, I'm sure most students would be overjoyed with a placement at IBM. And if IBM called me up and said, we want you to work for me, I'd say, oh, well, I'll find a way to make that happen. IBM is a major power. But not too long ago, IBM was the major power. IBM was known for innovation, but they got complacent. And rather than innovating, IBM, for whatever reason, and I can only imagine it was budget driven, IBM stopped being the innovation leader and started following technology. They defined themselves one way, and actually, this is the great story of IBM. They gave the DOS code away that enabled Microsoft to happen. So effectively, IBM created their competition. When personal computers came out, they were defined by the IBM CPU number. So I have a PC 286. That was my first personal computer. IBM gives away or allows Intel to take the CPU market. I bet no one in this conference has a computer that has an IBM CPU. They gave the market away. Now, IBM was on its way to irrelevance. So here's the good story. IBM provides us proof that even when we find ourselves in the quicksand, we can get out. And just as you would in real life, from what I've researched, you lean back, you gather your strength, and you purposely move. That's what IBM did. And IBM effectively recreated itself as a leading software company as opposed to a hardware company. So let's talk about the topics of today, and I only have about 2 minutes left. If we looked at the conference announcement, we're talking about innovation in a number of areas. Now we go back to Henry Fayol, 1916, the father of modern management. And this quote, I think, is particularly applicable today. in this conference. Your future will rest much on your technical ability. You have to know how to do stuff, but much more on your managerial ability. Because if we think about the examples I just gave, how Apple moved from to take over a market, how Microsoft allowed itself to grow so large, how they facilitated that, and how IBM almost went to irrelevance. It's due to the management. So our question here in management is, management has to innovate. And I'm really, really excited when I hear about new electronics and different technologies, but we have to remember, we have to innovate in the way that we run our organizations. Now, just like Apple didn't invent from scratch the personal listening device, they brought things together. They improved on technology, and that was their innovation in that market. We have to do the same thing in management. We don't want to forget everything that we learned in the last 100 years of management study just because it's old. But we also want to say, how can we recast what we have learned to facilitate the rapid embracing of innovation that is necessary today? So jumping ahead, this is what I believe we need to change our organizations to do. When we are successful, we have to resist the urge to complacency, to keep doing what we're doing. We have to rather embrace and reward challenges to the status quo. Ma'am just said that. We have to celebrate folks that say, let's look at something new. We have to scan forward and anticipate new technologies, and we really need to find ways to introduce disruptive changes, create the markets that we are formulating ourselves to be successful in. And this, I believe, is what we're talking about in this conference today. So what do we need to do in management? We really need to understand how we can alter culture, alter climate, so that we can introduce practices to allow these changes to happen. And that's my 15 minutes. It goes really quick when you're speaking. I don't know if we have time for questions. Otherwise, I'm sure they'll happen at the end of the plenary.
Yeah, Michael, thank you so much. We will have the questions at the end of the talks. So we'll continue with the next speaker now, and we'll have 15 minutes open forum for the questions at the end, Michael. So I request you to be here with us for some more time, please. Thank you. Devanjali?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Thank you, sir, for quoting so many examples, practical examples, highlighting innovative management and reestablishing the importance of it. On this note, I would now request Mr. Ashish Patel to deliberate on the theme. Please, sir.
Yeah, over to you, Ashish Patel ji.
So that, hey, good morning to everybody. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, yes. Absolutely
great.
fine.
All right, thanks a lot. And thanks a lot again for inviting me. I feel like a frequent flyer now to IMS. And like Dr. Mike said just now, I think he used the right word when we said it's a virtual jet lag. I'm in his time zone, just 4 hours away from where he is. So nice to meet you, Dr. Mike, and it was a great talk. Thanks for the insights. I think a little bit, I'll take you on the same trail. However, I bring experience from the industry and specifically in consulting. So I have, I would say, I have interactions with clients right from what we call pre-SPAC, pre-IPO companies up to Fortune 50, the top companies in the country, right? So basically, there's vast experience. I think when Mike was talking about the traps, and I have talked about this a lot of times, we are fine. We have always done it this way. He has seen it from perspective of, when I am in the field, as I call it, because I am in business development. I see my clients shooing me away virtually till like few months ago, saying that, hey, what are you talking about digital transformation? We are fine. And in India, you have seen great examples. Ambassador car is a great example. Some of you may never have seen that car, but it used to run on the road. You still see some yellow taxis if you go towards Kolkata. And they thought we are fine. Everybody purchases our cars because of the brand name. First day, Maruti Suzuki came in and virtually killed the brand, right? And there are so many numerous examples from the past. Nirma is a great example how it killed Surf, right? And they both are washing powders, but we never say washing powder. We till date say Surf, right? But that was just a brand name. And then Nirma comes in with a great marketing strategy, perhaps not the best product, but still kill the brand. And so if you're not aware of your surroundings, if the companies don't worry about the inflection point, which is I call it a tipping point, I think that's where the challenges happen. And like Mike said, that's where the companies fall. A great example of IBM DOS he was giving, how they gave away the code, not themselves innovating, but letting somebody else innovate, come up with a great idea and becoming a much larger company. Like he said, he'll not take a job with IBM. Probably I'll follow his advice as well and not there. So anyway, I'll start. I know we're 15 minutes and I'm very notorious, as some of you know, to go over time. So I will start my stop clock. And I have a few slides to share. Some of you may have seen these slides before because we've been talking since COVID started. We have talked a lot about inflection point. We've talked a lot about digital transformation. Some of these slides come from work. Some of these are my slides. Some come as a reference. Just a 5-6 slides. It's more to control me and discipline me and less for you to see the slides. But we'll go over these and at the end, I'll be very interested to see if you have any questions I can answer. So I'll share my screen. Let me know once you can see my screen, guys. Can you see my screen?
Yes, it is visible.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, great. All right, so today's topic, I just call it inflection point and the changing landscape. In my next slide, I'll show you what I mean. Landscape can change multiple times. COVID changed the landscape, all right? But you may think that's an inflection point because I started hearing this word a lot in the recent times. And the fact is that I don't consider it as an inflection point. I see it as an acceleration point, all right? People were worried about unemployment. We, being not that big a consulting company, we have been on a hiring spree. I can't get enough people, whether because I hire in India and I'm hiring in South America and I'm hiring in US, I just cannot find enough people to join our team. And that's why my focus today will be a little bit on the organization side. And Mike did point out certain things about the organization. I want to take it to the next level in this discussion. However, everything you see in the red, we used to talk, these are like what I call the past, okay? Like Mike said, and I'm saying we are fine. We talked about digital transformation. We talked about, occupational disruption, and nobody was willing to hear us. And a big jolt like COVID comes through and every company suddenly starts paying attention to customer centricity, how the customer has changed, right, from the past. The customer purchase cycle has definitely become shorter and different. The customer is in control and you're not in control. Digital transformation has been around for years and years. Nobody wanted to understand it. Suddenly now, I call it shift to a digital acceleration. Everybody wants to go, hey, we need to go move to the cloud. I'm going through this, so I'm telling you practical examples. Everything needed to be done yesterday. We need a new HRIS system. We need a new ERP system. That is in the market today. I'm telling you that I am behind by probably 10, 15 clients. This is the first time in my experience, I was declining projects. I can't even handle so much is going on in the market because everybody thought we are fine. Innovation was not there. Thought process was not there. Joel's coming. I don't even think it's an inflection point from my perspective. COVID is not. Inflection point is like Mike pointed out about the Walkman, mobile phone technology, the PC. He talked about PC 286 and I was laughing because I am coming also from the generation where PCs were new. First time I touched a PC was the IBM 286, dirty yellow looking computer. And now if you see it, some of you may virtually, jump from the window because they were so slow. But for us, it was so fast and but so hard to operate. But anyways, going to the point, so that's the key point. Now remote work, suddenly it became so important. The fact of the matter is that 14 years ago, when I used to work in Bank of America, I never went to the office. And I was in Charlotte, North Carolina, very near to where Mike lives. And, Charlotte is not that big a city that where we talk about traffic problems, or it used to take me 20 minutes to reach work, which is fairly reasonable, I would say. But still, we were working on remote. We were still working from home. It is like, so it's nothing new. It's 14 years later. Now suddenly that becomes big. And I always question the Indian companies. You make everybody go through the traffic. Some of you go 4 hours in the traffic every day. You're losing so much productivity. Why not you let certain skills to work from home? You should not consider it as a comfort. You should consider that as a strategy. All right. You can order that 4 hours, maybe you will get 2 hours more of productivity, which is actually happening today. You're more efficient in your work because you don't have to deal with the traffic, get ready, reach work. Then you have like 4 times tea breaks, accept it. And somebody else comes, bothers you in your cube or in your office. That all has gone away suddenly, and you'll see more productivity coming out, right? I have started feeling I'm known as a workaholic, and some of you have seen I generally am awake in the night when you talk to me, but still I am feeling that I am tired. Okay, so things have shifted. I don't call it inflection point, but acceleration point. A great example of inflection point. I'll go to the Maasai tribe, and some of you may know, some of you may not know. This is Tanzania, very backward. And I don't even want to use the word backward, but that's the truth. Okay, it is backward. 2013, electricity was first time introduced by US, with the help of US aid. Electricity was introduced in Tanzania and the Maasai tribe. All right. So they have electricity, but it sometimes comes in 2-3 days. It's a very funny picture that, you see on the top, there's a grocery store. And if you look at the grocery store on the just behind the man, they're like probably 60-50 charging stations, because electricity is limited. It only comes once in 2-3 days. So everybody gives him his phone. He charges a very small amount, and he charges their phone, their laptop, and things like that. But you see the innovation is there. The inflection point. The inflection point was there because mobile was introduced first time. Electricity was introduced first time. So that's a tipping point. That's an inflection point. I don't think COVID was an inflection point. COVID is an acceleration point. I think we need to understand the difference. It is very important for everybody that COVID-like situations, while I know it's drastic, politically incorrect to talk a lot about it, but it is not a very, very new challenge. A company should be ready for these kind of challenges. I think there's a big difference between inflection versus what COVID has brought to the table. I call it an acceleration point. Everything you were delaying, we are fine. You have accelerated. You have the technologies. I'm telling you, 13 years ago, I was working remote. Okay, so this means for 13 years, we were lagging because we thought we are fine. We never developed that technology, right? In our case, in my company's case, although we are a small company, we had 0 hours of disruption after COVID when suddenly everything was closed down. 0. We were ready, resilient as we call it, all right? And, culturally ready, that everybody knew that we can work because we are consultants anyway. We work on the plane, we work anywhere in the world, standing in the street as well. All right, a good example, but, and basically, I know we are talking about artificial intelligence today. I will let other folks who are more, I would say, into artificial intelligence. I can talk technology, but today I thought I'll talk more around the organizational aspects and my topic. However, only artificial intelligence does not work by itself. That's the point I want to make on this slide. You have to, worry about what else needs to change. I know Ashish later, another Ashish, is going to talk about process. He has a background in process and, process automation. Analytics is very important. Unless you know the results, unless you have the controls in place, unless you're getting the results, the reports, anything you do in technology will not be useful, will not be important. So basically, AI is important. 5G is very important. Edge computing, 5G and edge computing go together. All these technologies have to work together. You cannot just say we are going to adopt artificial intelligence in your company and we are done. No, when I work on projects like robotic process automation, first thing we do is get involved with the processes. Most companies have legacy processes because of we are fine attitude, right? We first go and rebuild the processes for them, make them efficient, then automate. So that's why I want to make a point here. When you think about technology, don't just think about artificial intelligence. I know that's the topic today. You have to think about the whole ecosystem in your company and how you're going to make a change across the board. All right. All right. So this is an important slide, and then I'll move on to the organization and end this. Emerging technologies. I just talked about process automation, artificial intelligence is there. We talk about smart analytics, cloud, multiple clouds. Blockchain is upcoming, still the technology is behind. What I mean by that is it has its own big limitations right now, so it has never come to the mainstream. Edge computing and 5G go together. Now, what am I trying to show you from the dates? These are important. Just between 2 months of COVID, in March and April, companies were still thinking, yeah, we may go for these and we may think about these from a strategy perspective. And as they saw the difference or the blow which COVID dealt to them, you can see this was a KPMG survey which was done. You can see suddenly they started talking about it's essential now for future survival. Now, this is where the struggle starts. It's just too late. All right. You have to be, when Urvashi was talking about, you have to know where the inflection point is. You need to know where the breakage point will come. That is important. If you look in my previous slide, there's an author called George Bratt, and he talks about inflections. If you know that green point here on this slide, that is how you will realize that if a change comes, you will be ready. A small company like mine, we're not a very big company, we're 300-400 consultants. We were ready for a challenge like COVID. We did not have a single hour of disruption. In consulting, you can't have it. I can't afford it. Clients would kill me. All right. So this is important. And this is, you see the shift, the tectonic shift in thought process within 2 months of this COVID. There was a big jolt there. All right. So now going to the organization, and I think Mike talked a little bit about it, and I heard Urvashi talking about it. I apologize. I could not join earlier because I was talking to Australia. I have a client in Australia. I think that Mike did talk about innovation. And one thing which I tell you, and I think India is still behind in this because, let's accept it, hierarchy is big in companies in India. I see that in and out. Even within my organization, I will see a different hierarchy in India versus in US. The way things work is different. All right. You have to change that culture because you talk about inflection point, you talk about the challenges in the market, unless you change the culture of the company, you are not going to achieve success. You can bring in any technology, you can bring in any number of consultants, including me. It is not going to change unless you change how you operate. You have to open the culture in the company. When Mike was talking, great examples around Apple, Microsoft, Google, these companies have that kind of innovative culture where, everybody has the right to express, everybody is respected. Empowerment is very important for people. They should understand that, yes, we can give feedback. Yes, we can come up with innovative ideas, and everything will be respected. A company like Amazon, great example is they every day get ideas from their team members. Every idea respected. Somebody came up with the idea that we should have glasses for dogs. Okay. Now you say, what the heck, everybody will laugh at that. But fact is that it was, although the idea would never go anywhere, but it was respected, it was heard. So that's the kind of culture I think is important to actually enable and encourage creativity, all right? And what I call change management. And that is one other area which is very important. You would have heard this word change management for a very long time. Unfortunately, with every company, and I've worked in Fortune 500 and everywhere else, everybody talks about it, but nobody implements it. All right. So you have to manage the change. Unless you manage the change, unless you have the right culture, unless you are ready to actually meet the challenges which come up with disruptions, and COVID is a disruption definitely for me from an environment perspective. There could be internal disruptions in the company. There could be external disruption in the company. How you manage it is one of the areas where you need to start thinking is, yes, technology is there, process is there, but employees are very important. I think the organization culture is very important. And this is what I wanted to emphasize today in my talk, that, it is not that you have, if you're a product company, that you have to focus on changing the product or make your product better. You have to make your people better. You have to serve your customer better. In order to do all that, you have to, the building block from my perspective is the human resources, and that's what this slide depicts. Now, the other area I think which is fairly important, and this is the last slide, so then I will just end my topic. What about, from an education perspective, our syllabuses, even in US, are fairly what I call legacy. All right, we are teaching business cases in the schools which are like 10 years, which are valid 10 years ago, or the business cases from 10, 20, 12 years ago. And that's something which I wanted to bring out there. Make sure, in the education system, since I know there are a lot of students as well as professors on this call, that even though you may be following a book which may be edited or which was produced 10, 15 years ago, and I know there are books like that, or 10 years ago, you may want to use business cases, current business cases, to actually instigate discussion, instigate understanding, so that when the budding students go into the business management in the companies, at least we can start making that change for the future, right? We need to make sure the foundations change. So syllabus, 10-year syllabus is very hard, I know that. When I have been involved a little bit into these things, so I understand changing the syllabus is hard. But introducing topics like I have added here, value-added courses, and you can do this in the companies as well, where you have innovation, a course on innovation, lateral thinking, change management, how to deal with disruption. Cybersecurity is very important. Digital does not mean product. Digital can mean in human resources, finance, marketing, all those areas, right? And of course, the last topic, which is very important for organization to think about, hey, the jobs are being disrupted because skills are being changed, right? You need a different skill. So how do you upskill your people? What kind of training plans you have? All right. What kind of, if your digitalization of workplace is very important, you're doing it today. How can you enhance it? How can you make it more comfortable for people? And of course, last major important thing, guys, is empathy. I know India is going through a second wave of COVID right now. Be very empathetic with students, with each other, and also if you are in the company with your fellow workers, because everybody will go through a challenge. If your culture does not encourage empathy, you will lose good people. You will always lose good employees, and then you have to keep rehiring, and the attrition rate will never stop. So anyways, these are a few points I wanted to make on organization, plus of course the technology shift. I know we had a short time, so I try to compress. I can talk all night on this, or for you all day. However, I hope I made some sense, and I think we'll take questions at the end. So thank you.
Thank you, Ashish ji. Devanjali?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, for pointing out how all forms of automation, innovation, and technology need to be integrated in order to keep up with the rapidly changing environment and effectively implement change management. On that note, I request Professor Urvashi Makkar, Director ICMIC Ghaziabad, to present the virtual memento to Dr. Michael Dutch as a token of remembrance.
Before we go for this memento, I must definitely thank Dr. Michael and Mr. Patel for their insightful talks and very interesting outlooks towards inflection point, and very interesting point which has been just highlighted by Mr. Patel. I must say that it's so much relevant to the academic institutions today in our country throughout the pan-India, I must say, the points which he has highlighted in the last slide, that's the learning curve, the focus on learning curve, and then the legacy education syllabus. I must say that these 2 points definitely can have lots of impetus in making certain positive change in the academic fraternity also. And Michael has surely highlighted certain relevant points in terms of, one point which clicked me very strongly, that every change is not a growth. And definitely that's a fact. We have to see the direction of the change and in which direction the organization is looking forward towards for the strategic redefinition and for the strategic outlook. So once again, thanks a lot to both of you. We are definitely continuing with the plenary talks with the presence of Dr. Ashish Bansal, Mr. Rakesh God, and Ms. Maria is also here, and Mr.
Amit
Amit
Sethi.
Sethi. So meanwhile, once again, thanks for joining, being on board.
Let's have a huge round of applause. I also request ma'am to present the virtual memento to Mr. Ashish Patel as a token of our gratitude. Let's have a huge round of applause.
I would also like to request Dr. Michael Dodds and Mr. Ashish Patelji to be with us in this plenary session. We'll be taking a few questions in the open forum during the end of this plenary session. So if you could make it, it would be really an honor for us, Ashishji and Michael Dodds. We'll continue with Miss Maria Princess. Over to you, Devanjali.
Now I request Miss Sultana Princess Maria to share her views on the theme. Please, ma'am. Let's have a huge round of applause for ma'am.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. Great. So, hi, hello. I'm joining the club of the virtual jet lag because it's around it's almost 2 a.m. for me in Chicago. Anyway, a pleasant day or evening to all of you. It's a great pleasure for me to be part of this conference. Thank you for putting me in this panel. I think I'm the only person who will represent the philanthropy sector. So I'd like to extend my gratitude and congratulations to the IMS Ghaziabad and its organizing committees and directors for putting together this very timely international conference on the subject of managing inflection points through technological innovations. However, I will be speaking on the philanthropy inflection points. But I know innovations and technologies are still a great agents of change for philanthropy, but I will focus more on the common inflection points that philanthropy encounters on daily basis. Before I begin my piece, which is more gearing towards the philanthropy, allow me to further introduce my organization, We Care for Humanity. It's imperative that I introduce the organization because I'm going to make it as an example later. WCH is a nonprofit organization based in USA. We have offices in Los Angeles and Chicago, as well as branches in Africa and Asia. We advocate 7 sustainable goals of the United Nations, which are no poverty, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, reduced inequality or human rights, climate action, peace, justice, and strong institutions. And we do a lot of human services or relief programs. Our mission is to promote universal humanitarianism and to innovate and advocate sustainable solutions to global issues for the benefit of humanity. Now, diving to the subject matter, I can list some of the common inflection points in philanthropy that we encounter on a daily basis. Number 1, when the organization is struggling and has no sense of direction, meaning no achievements, no programs, no results. And this is due to lack of strategic planning. Number 2, when fundraising becomes tiring, when every member of the board gets fed up with fundraising and soliciting funds, and this is mainly because of lack of financial planning. Number 3, when you lost your organization's charity mindset, when you divert your vision and mission and suddenly you found your goals getting narrower each day. This is mainly because your board members are losing interest in the organization. Number 4, when the organization can't effectively articulate its value to the community, meaning Nobody understands what's the mission of the organization. One reason could be the organization is like jack of all trades and master of none. Nobody would understand the real purpose or intentions, and therefore resulting to poor relationships with the community. Then we have when the organization doesn't know where to find resources for its programs. For example, you need funds for a project, but you don't know where to find the money. Again, this is caused by lack of strategic planning. Then we have when there is so much demand for the organization programs, yet it can't move forward because of lack of funds. There are many cases, like for example, I have demands for a lot of feeding. I have fed more than 20 countries. However, we have more requests coming from Africa and from Asia. But we found ourselves in the middle of having, not enough funds to support all these projects. And finally, when the organization is worn out and it needs to be inspired. So now, in order to accelerate through strategic inflection points, you have to change your organization strategy and operations and manner of organizing. You have to restructure your organization. One very good example is my organization. So when it was founded in 2011, originally, We Care for Humanity was named Exotifit for Humanity. So sounds very sexy, right? But, it was designed as a nonprofit for fitness enthusiasts. So our mission and vision was all about promotion of health, wellness, and fitness. So come 2012, 2013, not a single donor came forward to contribute. So the whole time I was self-funding the organization. And we have changed our board of directors so many times. No volunteers have stayed too long. And we noticed that so many people didn't take us seriously. And at that point, we didn't know if we were making impact or not. So that was the time we hit inflection point, where we have to make drastic changes, a full 360-degree turn. So managing inflection points means you have to consider changing the different factors that affects your organization. And one of these factors is the environment, the landscape. In our case, we shifted from fitness and wellness to human services. And then later we added no poverty, human rights, education, more like a United Nations. So up to the point of changing the whole organization. So from Exotifit for Humanity, it became We Care for Humanity. So now we sound more serious, more respectable. Then another factor is the values. The why. This is the why, the purpose of the organizations. Of course, we changed the context of the organization. Normally, we would change also our goals, the mission, and vision. When before, our only goal is to promote health and fitness, now our mission is to promote universal humanitarianism and transform every human being into becoming a humanitarian. So it's a broader mission, it's a broader vision. Also, we have to change our attitude towards the organization, our attitude towards fundraising, our beneficiaries, and our programs. Another factor to be considered is the relationship. This is how we connect, how we communicate. When before, WCH is, you may consider a one-woman organization. Now, We Care for Humanity has thousands of volunteers around the world, and we have many chapters as well. Then lastly, we have to consider impact. So we redesign our goals, therefore we need to redesign our operations, how we impact the community. So in conclusion, inflection points for philanthropy could be good, a significant turning point for the organization. If you know how to manage them strategically, and if you are willing to embrace the change. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Sultana Princess. Over to you, Sebats.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am, for highlighting the significance of strategic planning, financial planning, and the importance of focusing on vision and mission for an organization. On this note, I request Professor Urvashi Makkar, Director, IMS Ghaziabad, to present the virtual memento to Princess as a token of remembrance. Please, ma'am. Let's have a huge round of applause.
Thank you, Maria Perez. Thanks for being with us today. But I would also like to request you to be stay with us. We'll have the question and answer session maybe after this expert speaker of Dr. Ashish Bansal.
Thank you very much, Ms. Maria, for your insightful talk and very new perspective. Definitely being in the academics and learning about the philanthropy, I must say there has to be an integrative approach, and our students must have taken few good takeaways from your talk, and definitely that will incorporate very positive values and ethical system among us, the students. The points which have been highlighted by you are highly pertinent. Thanks a lot for your discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Over to you, Sebats.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Ashish Bansal to present his views on the theme. Please, sir.
Thank you, Shahbaz. Let me share my screen. So before I share my screen, I want to thank everybody for the opportunity, Dr. Makkar, Dr. Nayak, and all the organizing committee at IMS Ghaziabad for having me on this panel and for giving me the opportunity to share my perspective on managing inflection point through innovation. So let me know if you can see my screen.
Yeah, it is coming. Yeah, it's there.
Okay. So I started with, I thought the original title wanted to make it change is constant. But as I've gone through and I've seen a lot of what I am going to talk and what I prepared for seems to resonate with other speakers so far. I think I should change it to success breeds failure. So it's an irony that it's so contrary, but that's what it is. So let's dive right deep into it. What is an inflection point? An inflection point is on a trajectory is where the direction of the curvature changes. What does that mean? More simplistically, an inflection point represents a fundamental change into how people live, how they do business, how they communicate. And in its lifetime, every organization comes to an inflection point where it is faced with a potential for disruption. And it has two choices. It can either go up to greater success or go towards failure. And the key to get on the upward track is to anticipate this disruption, to embrace it, to stay on top of it, and to evolve. In short, to innovate. If you don't innovate, you stagnate, and eventually, as Michael had said earlier, somebody else will overtake you. So the interesting thing is that everybody talks about the inflection point as if it's something you can see. And as Dr. Makar had mentioned, there are many books which maybe might even let you take a look or get an idea of when the inflection point is coming. But by and large, you have to be very aware of the surroundings, and you have to know what's going on to understand when an inflection point has come and when you need to take a bold decision to move in the right direction. So a successful inflection point requires a clear understanding of three things. Usually there is a technology change. There's a new technology. There's some significant quantum change in the technology that is happening. One needs to acknowledge that that change is happening. But that alone is not what will enable the society to adopt it. The second limitation is that it has to have the right economics. It has to be something that people can afford, people can accept. And these two have to go hand in hand with the societal trends. You cannot create technology and you cannot create the economics, maybe like selling it for cheap, and throw something on the society that the society doesn't need at that point in time. So it has to be something that the society needs. And when the technology answers the need of society, and when the economics are favorable, that's when innovation happens. And that is the recipe for further success. So I'm going to take a slightly different tack on the topic today. I think that in the world of entrepreneurship and in the world of innovation, failure is the greatest teacher. So I'm going to share with you 4.5 lessons of why, beyond the inflection point, some famous and established companies could not maintain their places in the society. And I want to apologize upfront if anybody here is from those companies, because I don't mean it in a negative way, but these are learning points. These are learning episodes that one can take good learning away from them. Also, before I get into the nitty-gritty of this, I want to make one other quick point. What applies to businesses also applies to each one of us as individuals. Today, you will hear a lot of being said about how businesses can use inflection point and businesses can use innovation to further their success. But if you take a step back and look at individuals, all those principles apply the same way to individuals. So just like a forest is made of trees, a business is made of people. And if each of the individuals, whether as yourself or as your employees or as you as part of a company, when you start applying the same principles to yourself and ask yourself, am I stagnated? Am I innovating? Am I developing new skills? You will realize that when collectively the individuals stagnate, the company stagnates. So as we go through examples here, and as I give you those 4.5 reasons of why companies fail, I want you to also think about yourself and others as individuals and how this lesson can be applied to them as well. So let's take the first one. The first most common thing is the denial of need to continuously innovate. And this happens when you have been successful and very successful. You are fixated on current success. You say you have achieved what you needed to achieve. Why change the model? And you start resting on your laurels. And as Michael mentioned, out here in USA, we have a saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So people tend to stay with what they're doing. They keep on doing what they're doing. And that in the long run is a recipe for disaster. A prime example of that is Kodak. Apparently, I mean, Kodak, was very big in film, but did you know that they also invented the first digital camera in '75? But what happened was that the management was so focused on the success of film that they did not want this new filmless photography to come up and be a competition to the existing product. And so they buried that development, and as a result, they could not compete with where the change was inevitable, and ultimately they had to file for bankruptcy in 2012. MySpace, another example, they had a great position in the market leaders. In fact, at one point when Facebook was very young, Facebook came to MySpace to partner. MySpace said no. And by 2016, they were a very small entity of what they originally were, and Facebook was the global leader. And this lack of desire to innovate has bothered many other companies. Borders, which is a bookstore, a physical bookstore in USA, they didn't embrace internet sales like Amazon and Barnes and Nobles, who moved much faster on online book sales, and eventually they had to file for bankruptcy. Palm Pilot, I'm sure many of you over 40 remember clearly. It was a big deal that we had all the information stored in a little electronic gadget, but they were a PDA, but with no electronic synchronization. So without synchronization, they became a dead weight at some point. Atari, another computer games manufacturer. Originally, they used to do a lot of innovation and came out with a lot of new systems, but towards the end, they became focused on licensing games, on making money, and they lost their innovative touch. So these are examples where the innovation was halted because they had reached a level of success. And once they stagnated, that was the beginning of their downfall. The second reason is a lack of vision. And a lack of vision is a very general term. To be more specific, it can be either a lack of awareness of new market trends. We may be standing in a location, in a place where, as a company, we are successful, but the ground underneath us is changing. So we need to be aware of what the new market trends are, what the new generation wants, and we have to move with it. A lot of the companies, they can't recognize the disruption. They're still so wedded to their own ideas and their thoughts of what success is derived from, and they just stand there. And the others can be simply a missed opportunity where you fail to see what could be a profitable thing in the future. Xerox is a good example. They were convinced that their future was in copying machines. And even though they were one of the first to invent the PC, the management thought, oh, digital communication is just too expensive. Well, in hindsight, they were completely beaten. National Geographic and Macy's. National Geographic is a very huge international brand, and they have pioneered the art of visual storytelling. I don't think any other magazine comes even near close to providing the kind of high quality pictures that National Geographic puts out. Similarly, Macy's is a US department store, which was very well respected, was very large. But both at some point in the 1980s, when cable channels were huge, both were offered the idea to start cable channels. Both refused. And as a result, the National Geographic declining that idea caused the launch of Discovery Channel, History Channel, and many other similar dedicated channels. And when Macy's thought that they thought that brick and mortar stores was the way to go, they said no to cable channels, and QVC was formed that brought the store to home. Other brands, Hummer, you must have heard the large Humvee style SUV. It completely missed the market trend towards gas sipping vehicles. It came out when the price of petrol was going up and therefore was in the wrong market at the wrong place. Yahoo, another famous brand, used to be huge, much bigger, not so much now. And for those who are history buffs would know that they almost bought Google in 2002. and they almost bought Facebook in 2006. And just imagine if they had the vision to see what these disruptive technologies could be doing in the future, and if they have bought them then, they would be in a completely different place right now. We'd be Yahooing instead of Googling for search. Another one that's more recent is Abercrombie and Fitch. They're a clothing chain that's very vigorously dedicated towards providing clothing for hip teenage kids. The problem is that what they sell is still the same after 10, 15 years, 20 years, whereas the preferences of the teenagers has moved on. So they have missed the opportunity of changing with the changing demographics of following the market trends. The third major cause of missing the inflection point is the inertia where you are the master of a niche. This is different from the first two in the sense that you have a narrow slice of the economy, but you are the king of that narrow slice. You have a very high percentage of that narrow slice, and you think that nobody can enter. You have almost a monopoly in that segment. You don't think that anybody can enter and disrupt you, and so you don't feel the need to innovate. The problem is niches can disappear. They're just a function of what the landscape looks like. Niches can close, niches can widen. You can have other people come into your niche and compete with you. And if you are not innovating, you will have you won't be able to compete with the newbies. Blockbuster is a perfect example of that. They had mastered the movie rental market. They survived even the VHS to DVD transition. But when in 2000 Netflix came to them to work with them, under them as a brand, they said no, because they thought that this whole DVD shipping thing is such a niche market. You know, who would go for that, let alone streaming? They hadn't even thought about streaming back in that time. And as a result, their business declined. People wanted comfort and having the DVDs come to them. And so Blockbuster had to go out of business. Two other iconic American department stores of 70s and 80s were JCPenney and Sears. And they were much larger than what they are now. They still exist, but they are a very small image of what they originally were. And they were so confident of their market position and the brick and mortar selling and the fact that they knew what the business model were and how people bought things, that they couldn't compete with the Macy's and Kohl's and Walmart and Target, the discount sellers. They didn't understand the concept of discount selling and how their market could be eroded. And as a result, they lost market. Another example for those of us who are 40, 50 plus is Netscape. Netscape Navigator was our first browser that we used when things were still on dial-up modem. And they didn't innovate and they lost to Internet Explorer and others. Similarly, another one that lasted a little longer was BlackBerry. They had the best-in-class encryption for smartphones. They still have the best-in-class encryption for smartphones. In fact, they were the official phone that was allowed by the US government for the people to have. And yet they could not keep up with the bigger touch screens that were brought in by Apple iPhones and later on Samsung. And so they lost a lot of market. So you have to be, even if you're in the niche, you have to be very mindful of the landscape and be on your toes and have the ability to compete with all these new companies that are coming up. Another reason, the fourth reason, I find it's hard to peg down this one, but what happens is sometimes companies become trapped in their successes. They are so successful that they fear that if they innovate, they will lose. And I think Michael mentioned this in his talk, and he mentioned Sony, and that's my first example too, that indeed Sony was so successful back in the 80s and 90s. They were the creators of Walkman, Discman, portable music system. They just had it going for them. They were, every year or 2 years, they would have a brand new piece of electronic coming out, and people were just, and quality electronic, and people were just going after it. But they completely missed out on MP3 players and the digital music downloads that started happening after that. And of late, in the last 10 years, they haven't had any innovative electronic other than maybe the Sony PlayStation. So somewhere they became very gun shy of innovating and putting out new electronics, which was their forte, to be able to really continue innovating. Another example, Nokia. They were the first to create the cellular network in the world, but they feared that if they changed too much, people might lose touch with them. And this led them to focus on the hardware side. Problem was that the world moved towards the software. It moved towards touchscreen and smartphones. And so they lost their position because of that. Those were my 4 reasons. This one is what I call a half a reason. And it's half a reason because it's sort of difficult to see. It's way more difficult than the other 4. Sometimes it happens that an innovation is ahead of its times. What do you do then? Sometimes you have an advanced technical solution that's lacking a problem. And the company that makes that technical solution is unable to convince the masses, convince people why they should buy that product. And so they have this great product, but nobody's buying it because the market is not ready for it. And oftentimes, because it's a new product, the price is high, price per unit is high, and so it tends to be unaffordable. And the combination is really what kills the company. And if you haven't guessed, the classic example was Segway. Segway was launched in 2001. It was not allowed to be on the roads. It was allowed to be on the sidewalks. And people weren't sure why exactly they needed that, because laws made it that it had a limited permitted usage. And so people weren't sure why they needed the Segway. And when they looked at the price tag, about $5,000 US, and they figured that for that money, they could buy a motorcycle, pretty much everybody went for the motorcycle. So it was a great idea. It still is a great idea, but I think it's a little bit ahead of the times. We need to have an environment. This is an example where there was technology, but not the environment, not the societal acceptance that would have made the company successful. Another is Concorde. Concorde, for those of you who don't know, was the supersonic trans-Pacific flights that happened briefly in the 90s between US and Europe. And it was launched in 1976, but it had a lot of problems. The planes, because they flew faster than the speed of sound, they made a sonic boom, which made them, essentially, they were banned from flying over land. Plus, they had a very high fuel consumption. So that limited their usage. And the fact that they afforded people from traveling from US to Europe in 4.5 hours, it was a good thing, but once you figured in the cost and everything else, it didn't seem like a viable choice. It became an unaffordable choice. And so they had to close their doors in 2003. So again, the idea was great. It still is great, but it was ahead of the times. And so that can happen sometimes to you. And you just have to wait and then come back maybe 10 years with a different brand, different company. Some more examples, Google Glass. There were issues. Technologically, it was a great thing, but people had objection on privacy and other issues. And so Google Glass failed. Nike had something called a fuel band. So they launched it in 2012 and they shut down in 2018 because they could never make this wearable electronic cell. And since then, the market has been taken over by Fitbit. So these guys were a little ahead of their times. And lastly, my personal favorite, GM's EV1. This was the first mass-produced electric car in the US by a major manufacturer, GM. And it was mass-produced between 1996 and 1999. And in 1997, I actually had the privilege of driving one of these while I was at Caltech. So I drove it and it was so quiet and it was so smooth, but yet this product didn't survive. And that's purely because at that time, it was just ahead of the curve, way too far ahead of the curve. And it was unaffordable for the price. And people didn't have in their imagination, fuel was cheap. And in their imagination at that time, they didn't see, why do we need an electric vehicle, an expensive one, when we have plenty of cheap fuel vehicles. So with those 4.5 examples, I want to conclude. I want to say that to all of you, that as you participate in this conference, see if you can identify the inflection points. They're not always easy to see. And oftentimes when you see them, they're not necessarily easy to execute on, to take benefit of. But see if you can identify the inflection points, because that's the starting point. That's the first step. And ask yourself that if are the various organizations that are part of that reaching the inflection point, are they falling into the inertia trap where they are too lazy to innovate, they're too hand-bound, too fearful to innovate, or are they really taking advantage of innovation and moving towards the track of success? Mind you that one has to differentiate between a fad and a true path to success. While you should cater to a fad with a limited resource and keep an eye on it, ultimately a fad will go away much faster. So you want to really keep an eye on the inflection point and watch where things are going and see whether you can follow the path to success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ashish, for a wonderful insight on this business environmental change which we put forth. Ma'am, over to you for a few words.
Yeah, it's such an amazing talk, Ashish ji. It has been really great, insightful discussion. I must say that our students of management program must be hugely benefited, and each one of the example they can quote in the subject of strategic management, I'm so sure. What say my students?
Thank you.
And the overwhelming feedback which we have got on the chat of your session, Ashish ji, is a reflection that every participant could connect with it. So thank you very much for citing so many of the relevant corporate examples. And I'm so sure it's going to be with the students' memory for the long time. And not only in the memory, I'm surely going to expect that the students will go ahead and read much more about these examples which have been cited. Each example is a great case study. Each example can be explored thoroughly with the perspective of their inflection points, with the perspective of the strength and weaknesses analysis, with the perspective of that where the companies might gone wrong and what would have been the key strategic reasons of the fall. And I'm so sure that this discussion is going to be hugely beneficial for each one. It has definitely added great learning to my knowledge base. Thanks a lot for the session. I would really request if you can share the presentation later on. We would be circulating amongst our students. I'm sure it would help them hugely. Once again, thanks a lot for joining us and being on board with us. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Yes, Saibaz?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for revealing how important it is to be a fast mover than a first mover with adaptability, vision, and innovative touch. Well, now I request our director, ma'am, to present the virtual memento to Ashish Bansal, sir, as a token of appreciation. Let's have a huge round of applause.
Ma'am, with your permission, Devanjali, as we have promised to all our participants, we'll go for the first round of question and answer sessions.
Yes, sir.
Michael Dutch, Mr. Ashish Patel, Maria Princess, and Dr. Ashish Bansal. We have few questions on the chat box, and after that, we can also open it for other students or participants. They can raise their hand and ask the questions.
Yes, sir. So I
First
think
question,
Aparna has already raised her hand. So
yeah, Aparna.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to all the keynote speakers. So my question is for Mr. Ashish Patel and Mr. Ashish Bansal. As we were talking about knowing the exact time when the product should be introduced, like introducing a product before time is also not beneficial, and introducing a product after the time is also not beneficial. So in this era, when we are seeing that the companies are actually losing their competitive advantage because of these two key decisions that they are taking. So how do we exactly determine the right time to invest on a technology or to introduce a new product?
Go ahead, Ashish. You want to take it?
Sure. So I think the way to do it is to keep an ear to the ground and an eye on the pulse of the industry. You cannot go from 0 to 1 million pieces of units of your product in a day. You have to gauge the market. You have to do market testing. You have to understand customer sentiment. Who is your target market? What are they willing to pay? If you look at any successful product, everybody has to do their homework. And that homework involves testing the water. And that testing the water tells you whether it's something that your product will fly or it'll sink. Ashish.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Ashish. And I think just to extend on that a little bit, like there is no, I always tell you guys that, management is not a science, it's art, from my perspective. And so similarly, when you say, hey, there are no set rules. I cannot use a formula to say that, okay, this is the time when you should introduce a product in the market or a service in the market, or like Ashish earlier was mentioning, it's very hard to find that inflection point. All it matters, as I was telling you in the organizational slide, is readiness, agility, right? Culture, innovative culture. You have to keep, this is a revolving thing. If you look at Apple as a great example, they don't stop. It's not like we produced a great iPhone 12, so now let's stop. We have the best camera, we have a great screen, right? Everything is great, so let's stop. No, they're not stopping. I can guarantee you they're already thinking about a phone which they will be producing in probably 2025. Don't think about next year, not the following year. That's the cycle of innovation. You just cannot stop. You have to keep, like everybody said, I think everybody had the same theme. You cannot stop thinking. You cannot say we are fine. You cannot say this is how it works. Those are the traps which will throw you away from the market very quickly. Ashish gave a lot of examples today of failures and successes as well, as you heard. So that's the key point, that Aparna, hope we answered your question.
Yes, sir, definitely. Thank you so much.
Can I jump in for a moment?
Okay.
I think the Segway example was fantastic. But I look at Segway as a different manifestation. Segway was a new technology that satisfied a problem which perhaps didn't exist, or at least the market didn't see existed. So they seized an inflection point, which was a mirage. So when we introduce new technologies, we have to make sure we're actually satisfying a need. And also while we do that introduction, we have to somehow link it back to the existing market's comfort zone. So we can say, this is what you do now, this is how you can do it better. And you all are in the world of Microsoft, and Microsoft inflected from this point where we used to have to type code to have a computer do things, to this this visible interface on our laptops. So we anchor in the past and satisfy a need just before it emerges. And if we knew exactly when that happened, if there was a formula to do that, it'd be easy and everyone would do it. But that's what management is about: facilitating cultures which can scan and can take the reasonable risk, so we can stay ahead of our competitors. Thank you.
Sir,
There is
talking
a
about
question in the chat box by Dr. Mohammed Jahangir, and I think we all would be willing to have the answer to this question from Michael. And the question I would just be reading for the benefit of all is, what are the technological innovations useful in online teaching and learning process in higher education system? So if Michael can please answer this question, and I'm sure I'm all ears, because your insights are definitely going to help us also.
I think we're doing a lot of the same things that's happening everywhere, and COVID is pushing education online. Now, really, as we go from online, the easy jump then is from synchronous, where we do face-to-face, the classic instruction, to asynchronous, and that's where the economy of education is, both for the consumer and for the provider. And that I could teach an asynchronous class to 100 students as easily as I can teach a face-to-face class to 15. But for the institution, it's much more efficient. What we have to watch out for in education is, particularly in topics that, as she says, management's an art. So I can't teach you a formula in management, and we evolve our management understanding really through discussion and through these wonderful stories that hopefully are coming from the students, in addition to the alleged expert professor. So we have to find a way, even in these asynchronous modes, to facilitate discussions, and we can do that, but I still think it's a little clunky. Because people are typing 10, 15 minutes, maybe 15 hours after a comment. So that's the challenge for us as we move from face to face, is to get this exchange of ideas to develop the art that many of our professions require.
Yeah, and just to add, I know that like Mike said, I think that we can talk about unlimited technologies which we can use, but I think the focus is, with whatever technology we have, how we can harness it to make things better. For example, right now, a lot of you are going through online classes, right? And I will correlate it with where we kind of find it a challenge. When I'm talking to the clients, even if they're new clients, I've never seen them before, it is fine. As soon as I start whiteboarding something, we are discussing a process and they want to see it on a whiteboard. That's where the challenge comes with certain tools like Zoom, for example. Okay, you cannot whiteboard a session. And that's where I feel there is some missing. And I know that. I know some people who are actually working towards developing something where you could have a virtual whiteboard, to interactive whiteboard, as we call. I think the technology is there, but in education, Mike pointed out, more important is interaction. How do you make it more interactive? Can we do a lot of surveys? Can we use more business cases, more examples? I think that is also fairly important along with the technology. All right. So interaction is important. I think that's the part which we lose, especially I know that college graduates is still fine, but in our school system, I find that to be the biggest challenge right now. When you start talking about younger students, their time spent for attention is anyway very low, and keeping up with them, interacting with them, making sure they're paying attention is the hardest part which you have to deal with. So from my perspective, more than technology, it is the technique which is important. Okay.
So, well, great. I'm sure each one has been benefited, and surely the concerned one has got the answer.
One more question is there on the chat
I think
box.
in the chat box, there are so many questions. If the concerned experts can go through quickly the chat box and they can take the questions, whichever they would like to take up, that would be greatly helpful for all. Meanwhile,
should I read out the question?
One more question from, again, Dr. Muhammad Jahangir Ali. He is asking what it takes to accelerate through a strategic inflection point.
I have one interesting question visible on the chat. Anyone can take up, all the three experts, that how do you see the growth of research in sociology context beyond AI in post-COVID? Socio-psychology context, right? So I'm just reading it again. How do you see the growth of research in socio-psychology context beyond AI in post-COVID?
Mike, any ideas? You are more in the academic side than us, on the business side.
I'm sure Michael would be definitely taking up this question.
Yeah, I'll give it a try. The challenge really is it's not new. What we have to do as managers is find a way to motivate, to get our employees, or in academia, to get our students to engage. And what we have to understand is how the world has changed. And the last time I was at IMS, I spoke a little bit about Frederick Taylor, and I still am a big fan of Taylorism, 1909. But Taylor said people were only concerned about money. And why I am concerned about money, I'm concerned about other things in society. So what we need to do is we have to evolve our knowledge about what the current wants is or are of the folks that we're trying to lead. And that changes generationally. So we could look at, I guess we're up to Generation Z now. And Generation Z is different than me, and I'm the last of the baby boomers. So we have different perspectives, and we can use our sociological research to understand those perspectives and to meet people where they want to be met organizationally and culturally to bring out their best contributions to society and to our particular organizations.
Yeah, one very interesting question is there. Any one of you can answer this, that can we predict the failure before it comes with any examples? Ashish, can we predict the failure before it arrives? Yeah. I mean,
are you asking me or okay, sir. Ashish, why don't you go ahead if you want to? I thought you were speaking.
I think you can. It's hard to say if you can predict failures as such. I think you can see the trend. You can start following the trend, and if you are on top of your game, you can take corrective action and have strategy sessions and try to figure out how not to continue going down the path you are going. I think that's about the only thing you can do, or have proactively take measures so that you are already innovating, you're already providing the customer with the next product. For example, if you look at Apple, they didn't stop at iPods. They kept on moving from one product to the other. They knew that if they had stuck on to one product, they would have stagnated. So they continued to move on. And I think that's the secret to, before you lose your position on one mountain, you create your next mountain and put yourself as the king on top of that.
Thank you.
Yeah, and this is Ashish. Just to quickly add to what Ashish Bansal said. Basically, there's certain predictions they're possible. All right, can you predict failure? Yes, we can. Could you have predicted that COVID will be there? Well, if you really recall, for a very long time there was talk about there will be a pandemic. It had been a long time. The last pandemic was in 1926. It's a cyclical thing. It happens, right? So now, I'm taking a very wild example here, and when we talk generally in business, these are not the examples we talk about. However, the key point is, was the business readiness to meet the failure, to predict. So yes, when we reach near the failure point, we know that now we are going to go dive into the ocean. There is no choice. What is the readiness? Do you know how to swim? Right? I think I went through my slides very fast. How can you quickly shift your business priorities, your resiliency of your company, right? How you can accelerate, how you have set up your organization. Is it innovative enough that you can take a step back quickly and change your organization to meet the potential failure, right? That is the importance. So risk management is important, okay? There are potential risks everywhere. You can talk internal risks in the company. There are external environmental risks. We talk about COVID. It could be a political risk, right? It could be taxation, it could be a country, what happened in certain countries. Of course, there are risks in other countries. The key point is, how are your readiness is more important. Failures will happen. Even Apple, remember, the first product of Apple failed very badly. It was like a competitor of the PC. Failed very bad. Okay, but they didn't give up. They realized the failure, pushed back, pulled back, came up with better products, new products, and look where they are today. They are virtually becoming market leaders, and now with their M1 chip, even the Macs are going to take over the market very soon. And you can see what they're doing to the iPad today, virtually making it a laptop. So that's what I wanted to add.
Can I jump in? I had a smile when Kodak came up in the presentation. I worked at Kodak subsidiary of film Rolex for a while, and I remember my vice president saying, we don't have to worry about digital photos. We survived the VHS era. And that is how we know failure is going to happen. Because it's not that they ignored this technology, but Kodak, at least my division, was so inwardly focused that they ignored external signals. Now, we could pick up the wrong external signal and still fail. But if we don't look outside, failure is certain. And I'm still smiling about that Kodak example. And I remember vividly that discussion saying, we don't have to worry about it. I don't know what happened to that vice president. I mean, Kodak's been gone for a while now, but I mean, that's the failure point, when we stop looking outside.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. One more question is there. I mean, Rupa is asking, what are the inflections in managing and flowing strategic information system is needed post-COVID, especially safeguarding information? I hope you got the question. I'm audible?
Yes. So I think with the, I don't know how many of you have heard the SolarWinds scare. It was a huge, anybody in IT, I think that itself is a classic. If you're anywhere within 100 feet of IT, you know about SolarWinds. And I think the SolarWinds scare is the one thing that has put cybersecurity on top of the pile of where the inflection point might occur in most, in the general computer industry. So I think that's one of the areas where one should see that as an inflection point. It's up until now, as Ashish had put earlier, that it was business as usual. We are fine, and suddenly we were not fine, and more than several hundred companies were saying we are not fine because of what happened. So I think that's a clear example of an inflection point that's happening. And the question is, how do you capitalize on that inflection point, and how do you manage that risk, as Ashish was saying, to come up with a solution? And the sooner you can come up with a viable solution, the more you'll be at the top of the market.
Right. Thank you so much, Ashish ji. One last question we can go for before continuing the rest of the panel discussion. We have the question. Somebody is asking, dear Ashish Patel sir, it's a question to Ashish Patel ji. In your presentation, you mentioned about smart analytics. Can you please brief something about it? Please unmute.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, basically what I mean by what it means by smart analytics is, basically previously what we termed analytics was fairly reactive. You need some answer and you calculate or look for it and you get it. Fine, you would have a dashboard or something or a report which you can generate out of that analytics. For example, I'm looking for what I call reactive. Okay, what was cost of goods sold, or what was the total billing last month? That's what I call is fairly reactive analytics. And then, as we move forward and things get smarter, we start using AI, we start using, what I call intelligence beyond us is what AI is about. We have a lot of different systems now where you can predict, okay, things before they happen. And that's what I term, it's a group of analytics. You can call it prescriptive analytics, predictive analytics, basically predicting something even before it happens. I don't know about India, but at least in US, and I travel before COVID, I used to travel 4 days a week. And I observed over a period of time, the number of delays with the airlines and the aircrafts has gone quite low. And it's not like anything has changed. Things are same. Planes are running at the same pace or frequency as they were before. What I think changed is that we started using smart tools, whether they are bots or smart, sensors in these planes to predict any kind of maintenance issue even before it happens. And that's an execution. We ran a project as an example with a big building builder, who had a number of buildings, commercial buildings, and we put these sensors in the air conditioners to predict break point before it happens, so that air conditioning is not lost in the building. So we put sensors in the right places, in the right machines. And how do you know where to put these sensors, whether it's a plane, whether it's an air conditioner? We typically have collected data and seen over past few years which are the parts which break the most. All right, so sensors are put on those parts, and basically then you write the rules, the business rules, to understand when there is a possibility of a part breaking down. If that part breaks down, what are the other parts what can happen? Can the air conditioner shut off, or maybe it will be delayed and we need to change that part? And based on that, parts are changed before they break. That's called being predictive or smart, and that's how you use analytics. I'm giving you very, I would say, general example because we definitely worked on this project, but there could be a number of other ways how smart analytics can be used. However, that's the process, or that's the thought. And I would like Ashish or Mike if they want to add anything to that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
I think there is one question by Nishi Garg. I would not let this question to be unanswered because of the presence of Michael. Michael, I'm being a little bit greedy because you belonging to academia. I'm surely thinking that lots of questions coming up in this area can be definitely given justification by you. So very quick answer if you can give that, how do you see the future of academia research, industry collaboration beyond a compulsory PhD? I really find this question highly intriguing into the perspective that in India specifically, the academia research and industry collaboration are is definitely very weak area, and we need to do a lot. So what's your take on this?
Thank you, ma'am. I think in the U.S., well, in the U.S., outside of the technical fields, a PhD is not something which is sought out in business. So it's not, if I were to stay in business, the investment in time I took to get my PhD would not have paid off. And that's because I believe academics tend to write for academics. And we get really, really excited about finding significance in an outcome. We look at statistical significance rather than practical significance. And that's the danger of academia. We look for this minutia impact, where if we consider all the confounding variables, the application becomes very limited. So what I think we need to do in the academic sector is we still have to appreciate finding these fine points that we can develop into great theories. But in academia, we have to look for the practical significance. So I look at in business, we're more equivalent to engineering than pure science, and that we're looking at things in sociology and in psychology and maybe international relations, and finding ways that they can be applied in business. And that's how I try to approach my writing. I'm saying, what could I use in business, as opposed to, do I know this 0.01 impact effect on a particular personality trait?
So, well, thank you very much. I think it's insightful, undoubtedly, and really thankful. I think we'll continue with the other plenary talks. Meanwhile, thanks is a very small word to show our gratitude to all the 4 members, including Maria. I couldn't see her. I think she might have left. So Ashish Bansal, Ashish Patel, and Michael, thanks a lot on behalf of the whole IMS fraternity for sparing your time. I can understand the different time zones and how difficult it would have been to adjust your schedule. So enjoy your sleep, and thank you very much. Thanks a lot on behalf of all the participants.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Yeah, over to you, Devanjali.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, dignitaries, for your exemplary reciprocation to all the questions. Thank you so much. Now, I would request Mr. Rakesh Gaur to give some insights on the theme. Let's have a huge round of applause for sir.
Hello, good afternoon to all of you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Rakesh ji. Thank you very much for joining, and we're eager to listen to you. And thanks a lot for being so patient and being with us for so long. I could see that you have been the earliest one to join this session. Since 11 o'clock, you are with us. So looking forward to listen to you.
Thank you, ma'am. So good afternoon once again. And first of all, my special thanks and gratitude to IMS management, especially Professor Dr. Urvashi and Dr. Tabir Nayak, for giving an opportunity to the industry to interact with the future management leaders. Till now, I have seen that discussions were mainly loaded on the product side and mainly loaded on different innovation techniques and artificial intelligence. I am representing the industry which is construction, and the construction industry cannot be managed virtually. You have to get a perspective that how the things really happens on the ground. And for that purpose, I will take just 5 to 10 minutes just to brief. We basically are working in the field of power transmission, distribution, generation, as well as in the infrastructure of railway, water, and real estate. That means a pure construction industry. And nowadays, the things which is happening, we realize what is the necessity and what is the criticality of infrastructure in a country is. Today, the topic is very relevant that managing inflection point in changing landscape, it is being discussed every day. I am not going on the artificial intelligence side, on the tool side. I am going on the perspective of mindset. That means how our turning point is for changing our mindset from one stage to another stage. We are always looking forward to construct longest and tallest intergrids, international, global interconnections, but the need has come and the thought process has changed to such an extent that now we are thinking only local, only in our village, only in our town, only in my ethnic group, only in my society. So this is a flex point where the change has come. Now we know the stress on the system across the globe is quite visible. The second wave of corona has really shown us that what kind of pressures we are facing on our civil infrastructure across the country. It is in shambles. Hospitals are running out of bed and oxygens. Cremation grounds are running out of capacity. That process, that thinking process is changing after seeing this phenomena, which we were thinking that it will not happen. We as an individual are nothing. We are part of an ecosystem which is built up by a society or by an organization. So now what we are trying to discuss today is the role of society as well as organizations to come out with solutions which are long-term sustaining and lessons which we have learned from this situation in overall basis. Now we have seen what organizations should do in this particular situation. I will just share some of my examples that last time when this COVID started on 8th or 10th of March 20, we were running around 50 projects with 10,000 people on board. And suddenly the decision started coming out one by one, and then we do not know what to do. The anxiety level in the pupils are very high. Managing them and having the social distancing, providing them food, providing them the arrangement, we were also not prepared mentally. And same time, the migration and reverse migration has also taken place. There is no place to support and to house them. We have faced the problem where the villagers are throwing our people out from their village because they feel that they are giving the COVID sensitivity to that area. What an organization has to do in this need of hour. So all the students who are going to be the managers in future, first of all, they have to manage the emotions of the people before they can take the work from them. So first, what kind of support is to be provided? It is financially, emotionally, and main of that is spending time with them to mitigate their anxiety level. If you can manage the anxiety level of your team, anxiety level of your pupil, you can get the work done. And it was the time to nurture the relationship. People are looking forward to see what way you can support them. All your computers, artificial tools, mechanics, mechanization, everything fail. Only emotional bonding remain. And the only thing which remains is how you have motivated your team. If you have motivated your team, then you need not to elaborate the instructions. What you have to simply decentralize your operations and your team, which is not having a baby elephant syndrome, because they have been the leader in the past. Because if you give the leadership position suddenly to somebody, he will not take decisions. He will still look forward and back to the organization top level to answer them questions. So we have decentralized, and then we have seen that the people have come out with the solutions. People have come out with their own intelligence and taken the decision and supported the team. This is the way we have to centralize and decentralize our operations. Now, another question comes is that we have to think globally, but we have to act locally. We have to see in which environment we are operating. Every time we can go with the strategic contents. We can go with the strategic contents in the operations, but that must be acceptable by the local surroundings. The eco effect must come from local side. So now the question comes, there was a question of can we predict the failure? Yes. The You cannot predict when the failure will take place, but in the project business, it can be very well predicted. You know from the day that when the dooming operations has been started. For that purpose, every organization or every leader must have a band pass filter. We call it local noise. The band pass filter allow you to listen to the local noises, which gives you an advanced signal. And these advanced signal feedbacks are taken. Corrective actions are incorporated. And when the corrective actions are incorporated, either you avoid failure or you take the corrective path in such a way that failure can be at least deferred for some time till the time you are able to take corrective action. Now, another thing is we all take correct decisions. Only time proves them wrong. We have seen that what was the situation in COVID-19 stage that oil has gone to the below zero, the crude oil. We have seen it. And we have seen the priority of today, how it shifted for tomorrow. Now, I will tell you that all of you as a manager must see that human brain has an infinite capacity. The things which we are thinking today may not become relevant for tomorrow. The limitations which we are seeing today may not be relevant. You see limitations day after tomorrow. What is happening is, I can share my own experience. I have worked from plus 48 to minus 48. Plus 48, I have worked near NTPC Ramagundam, right, where the coal mines are there everywhere. And minus 48, I have worked in Ulaanbaatar, which is in Mongolia, the coldest capital of the world, and Astana, which is called now Nur Sultan, where the temperatures are minus 40. And I can tell you, the civic systems are better managed in these two cities than the cities which are not seeing this kind of weather. So it is a preparation which makes the difference. Now, let me see that how we have to ultimately work as a society. As a society, we have to stop exploitation of nature. We are developing daily tools and techniques how to exploit nature. But now we have to start living with the nature. Now, last 1 year have taught us. Earlier, we were planning the grid. I'm an electrical engineer, so I may use some of the examples. That we were having the interconnected grid between the states, our countries, across the globe. But now we are working on solar. Ultimately, we will have a microgrid in the village. Now, we used to work on oil economy. Now we are working on decarbonization. We are working more for electrification and trying to reduce the transmission in between. Now we are trying to use hydrogen as a fuel. And see, we all have seen the importance of oxygen in last few days. So we ultimately have to have the techniques, organization, society, facilitating nature, not working against the nature. Now, all the young managers, you have been equipped with the tools. The institute like IMS has given you the best possible education you would have ever gotten anywhere in the world. Now your expectations to the society and you're working, because I'm from the industry and I want to see you are ready for the industry to contribute. For that purpose, I wish you all the best for your professional journey. And please note, the major differentiator which is going to be in your success and failure is your application of these tools and knowledge and your attitude. The industry don't look only on one parameter of your intelligence. My humble request to all of you is, please don't work for money. It is a byproduct. Work for your passion. Always think, when you go to any organization, always think what you can contribute to the organization and in turn to the society. Designations and perks may give you an instant kick, but you will get peace and happiness only and only when your learning and earning both continued. So continue your earnings as much as possible and continue learning as much as possible, because every time the technology which is being discussed today will become irrelevant tomorrow. And don't have patience. Don't run away from something. Don't expect every day something will happen and you will be celebrated. Go towards something, go towards your passion, go towards your learning side, and be a team player. As an individual, we are nothing. Please remember, don't carry load of your past success. You may be a gold medalist, or you might have been the topper in every session of the university which you have done, but you are as good as your last quarter in the industry. You may create first impression, but sustaining the same will be decided by your attitude and your integrity. Integrity does not mean only financially, it is the things what you do when nobody is seeing you, and which may reflect in your actions. And all these parameters will make you most valuable to the industry, to the society, and to the organization. You all have seen in your family, the person who is respected more is who take extra mile to support all the family members. With this, my best wishes for all of you for your future endeavor. Please be safe. I have not gone on armchair professorship by discussing in detail what the formula and technique can be there. We need engineers, we need managers, we need planners, and we need visionaries to construct the longest and tallest infrastructure in our country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Rakeshji, for your insights. And I'm very, very sure they are going long way with our students, with the faculty team, and surely with all the participants. Very good practical points you have highlighted. Not to just sit on our laurels and thinking that we are great, definitely can be a killing psychology. So you have talked it so pertinently. Thank you very much for this. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for delineating the concept of kappa to avoid failures and the value of maintaining integrity. With this, I once again request our respected director, ma'am, to present the virtual memento to Rakesh Ghosh, sir, as a token of gratitude. Let's have a huge round of applause for sir. Now I request Mr. Amit Shetty to opine on the theme. Let's have a huge round of applause for sir as well.
I'm sure Rakeshji will be with us for a few more minutes because we are going to have the open forum after talk of Mr. Amit. And just to apprise all the members, Mr. Amit has been infected with COVID. Still, he has agreed to our request and is coming for the talk. So he will not be having his video on. Please bear with this. But definitely, thanks a lot, Amit, for making it happen. And we are wishing you very quick, speedy recovery. And kudos to your spirit that you still chose to come and speak to us. And just to share with our all participants, Mr. Anup Mittalji was expected to come in the morning session, but again, he is COVID infected. Mr. Kamlendu Bali was also expected to speak. He also got COVID infected, so couldn't come. Mr. Rohit Gandotra also, due to some medical urgency, could not come. So I'm sure we all understand that we are sitting on a challenging times, but still the spirit of each one of us is commendable, appreciable, those who could join us. And with the same spirit, we are once again thankful to you, Amit. Over to you.
Thanks, Professor Makkar, and my greetings to everyone present in this session. So we have heard very good points from all the reputed panelists, very practical and very good examples of the industry. So I will just keep my views very brief, and this is my thought process. I would like to share this with with future managers, because just think, while I speak all these points, just be into a mind frame where you are the decision maker, because some years down the line you will be managing your organization or managing your teams. So start thinking like a decision maker while you listen to these points. See, managing inflection can be done with the technology only. And there is a quote which I strongly believe in: the way technology is evolving, you can choose to love it or hate it, but there is no way you can choose not to marry it. Why? See, we have seen the way things have changed post COVID. All of us are connecting with each other virtually, be it at work or be it in the family. So for any momentum which needs to be maintained, for any business continuity, technology is the only survival kit. So stay at the top of it. As an individual also, initially I was a late adopter of technology, but with time I have learned to come up to the curve. Now, let's say you are a decision maker and you have been managing your organization. Most of the time we read about the mission and vision of the organization on their Facebook website and everything. They talk about agility, being front runner and every other things. Remember one thing to do the litmus check of the reality. Agility in words is as good as agility cemented in the wall. I just repeat, agility in words is as good as agility cemented in the wall. So what we need to do, we need to be agile in the actions. If business doesn't produces revenue, it's come to failure. So be very clear in your thoughts and your action as a business manager. And see, what I have learned is there is a concept of thick rim and thin rim model, which you will study in your due course. So it denotes like your core of any process should be very, very solid. It should be the thickest possible core, and the user interface should be very thin. So how do I summarize this? The two most surest way to lead any business model into crisis. The two most surest ways to lead any business model into crisis. First one is doing difficult things in easy way. And second, doing easy things in the difficult ways. Be very clear. Be very clear about your process. If your process is okay, you will meet the end result. If anything works inappropriately in your process, it's a sheer disaster. Sooner or later, it will fall upon us. And we are seeing the current situation. If what I'm saying to you, just relate to the current situation, the way we are facing the problem of hospital beds or oxygen or any other thing. It is a problem in the planning. It's a problem in the execution. Same can happen with the organization. And next thing is, for any business to stay ahead of the curve, it is very critical to think far, to act fast. If it isn't there in your business thought process, your business will be short-lived. And we have listened many good examples of Kodak, Sears, JCPenney. This is the thought process. And the last one I would like to share with you all is problems prepares the winner. ये आपकी life के लिए भी mantra है. This is a life mantra. Problems prepares the winners. Solutions declares the winner. Facebook was a solution. Google was a solution. Just look around yourself. Any company which is doing exceptionally well, they're delivering a solution. They're not delivering a product. Product is a substitute. So be very clear in what you are doing. Thank you. This is from my side. It's very brief. My apologies. Couldn't share any presentation or any other thing.
Thank you, Amit. Thank you so much. Even during this time also, you have spoken, you have been here with us. That's marvelous. That's kudos to you, Amit. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Amit, for your points. They are highly relevant, and thanks a lot for making it happen despite your health. We wish you very, very quick, speedy recovery.
Thank you. Thank you.
So over to a few questions. If Dr. Tapan, you can please manage this open forum.
Yeah, just we'll be felicitating him, then we'll open up the forum, ma'am. Ma'am, we request you to present this memento, virtual memento to Mr. Amit as a token of gratitude. Amit, this is for you. A huge round of applause, all of you.
Thank you.
The
Yeah.
forum is now open for the Q&A session.
We can have a few questions from the participants. You can raise your hand, you can write on the chat box, or you can ask, even you unmute yourself and ask the question. We have the expert sitting in front of you.
I can see there is one unanswered question. If Rakesh, you would be able to take this question, that would be great. By Rupa, what are the inflections in managing and flowing strategic information system needed post-COVID, especially safeguarding the information? Dr. Tapan, you can just jot down the chat box in
Yes,
case
yes,
there are
I'm
certain
doing.
questions unanswered.
One more question is also there. Yes, ma'am. One more question. Please go with this question first.
Yeah, thanks. I will answer in a practical sense. What is happening is nowadays that we are on the virtual mode for every discussions and technology. This is resulting that data can be viewed by some of the people who are not supposed to view it, and data can flow to the sections to the hand of the competitors. Some of the information may not be related to the only materialistic side. It can be a critical competitive information which can go to the another competitors or to the people who can create a nuisance for your business. For this purpose, companies are getting more and more secure, and they are putting lot of technology addition and filtration where the data and permissions can be there. And Zoom meetings are generally being banned in the corporate. There is a Microsoft team which is being taken, then your identity is being clearly highlighted, all the data which is flowing from one side to another side is being done. So yes, there is a lot of technological innovation which is going on. This Zoom, Skype, WhatsApp, they used to be the tool for social networking, which are now slowly coming to the corporate world. The tools are being developed for the corporate world where the data can be secured and can be viewed only by the people who are supposed to see.
Rakesh ji, one more question we have on the chat box, then I'll come to you, Purnima.
Yeah.
We all know that the current situation will not be over soon, and we all change the way we work. Overall, it's journey of mindset change. It could be adapting digital change or accepting remote working culture. Could you please share a few ways which could help organizations in making this mindset change journey smoother?
Yeah, sure. What is happening is there are certain industry where it was happening earlier also, but it was not happening at that scale, especially IT industry or service industry or BPOs. They were operating from a remote operations, and they were having the computerized operations and working it out. Unfortunately, construction was not happening on the remote side. So for that purpose, earlier time we used to make lot of widgets. Now we are using the IT. So what happens? We are putting cameras, we are putting local digitization in such a way that the widgets can be minimized. Second thing, the earlier time, the centralization of decisions was to the head office or regional office. Now it is being shifted to the local places who can take decisions. That means all the data can be analyzed, data can be filtered, or information can be just passed on to our own. So mindset is changing. So another time, all board meetings, which used to be in person. Now the board meetings are happening, annual results are coming, everything is happening virtually, and people are finding it is more and more efficient because they can just pitch in at that particular time, no travel time, no further discussion time, and time is getting utilized faster. But it is also having a problem on our Indian mindset of working. We feel the person who is sitting at home is 100% free for any discussion anytime. Earlier time he used to say, I am traveling, but now the poor chap has no choice but to pick up your phone and pick up the phone and at it any time. Same time, we are social animal. We cannot be boxed in a cage. Please try to understand mindset of the people who are just 10 hours with the family members, and then they have a children, they have a parents, and everybody is not having a 4-bedroom house. The people who are working in that category, you have to understand their mindset, their lifestyle, their way of living. So it is bringing a lot of questions on the situation. So I personally feel there will be a hybrid WFH model which will going to work, which will be going to implement it, and people who can see that they are comfortable with that kind of operations will be encouraged.
Right, sir. Right, sir. Thank you. So
we have one more question.
Yeah.
Yeah, from Dr. Mohammed Jahangir. He's saying how the new technology and innovation will eradicate the COVID-19 pandemic effect, and what are the technologies being adopted by the Indian government?
Speaking on behalf of Indian government is a very, very challenging question, because even their best spokespersons are running away from TV. Right. But I will tell how you can eradicate the experiences of the people. You see, we all have a cycles of experiences, and cycles of experiences in our mindset allow us to behave in a particular way in a particular conditions. So the people who have gone in April 20 to their home, the workers, they have carried a certain kind of experience, and that experience is holding them. Some people don't want to come at all to work. They want to be in the village, and even if they are having no food, they want to survive there, because the kind of social support and security which they feel is much more important than what they were on the road. And it is the organization's job now to provide them such an experience that they feel the impact is minimal. Life and death is a different question. Sometimes it is not in our hand, but providing dignity in all stages is our job. So as an employer, if you provide dignity to them at every stage, they will remember, and their bad experience will erase faster.
Thank you so much. Now you can ask Purnima. You have a question? Yes, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. So my question to the experts is that how do you think that COVID has impacted the technological innovations? And according to you, how much time will it take to get through this? I was just hearing Rakesh sir, and he said that he's from the construction industry. So how do you think that the productivity of the employees or the workers or even the students is being affected due to this online thing going on?
Yeah, I will answer this question as a construction industry expert and as a father. You see, ultimately, there is a pool of knowledge. You can search anything on Google, virtually anything on Google, and learn it. But how much you can learn? You can learn only you can say it is like a sea. And how much water you can take? The pot size which you want to carry. So similar thing is happening. The students which are sincere in their effort and desire to learn, they are not much affected. But the students who were not at all interested in the study, they don't want to study in any case. There is a bandwidth of approximately 60% students who used to learn from the body language, from the articulations, from the discussions, interactions. They are getting affected. They are going on the lower side. So that is a problem which facing. Second thing, doing engineering online is like doing MA English in a Hindi medium. So certain studies cannot be completed without a proper practical experience. And for that purpose, they are suffering. But yes, there are certain academic research and there is academic areas where you can work online more efficiently than what you used to work. So the technology is enabling, but same time we have to find out, as earlier, some of the expert has said, we have to find out how to remain interactive in spite of being online.
Well, Rakeshji, you spoke my heart out. Incidentally, yesterday I had the talk with my students, and the same point was emphasized and re-emphasized, that how being online should never be a challenge in the path of learning. In fact, it should become a sort of catalyst and a strong motivator for our students, that they have to undertake this challenge into and gear it up into the positive direction. Thanks a lot for this great insight. I'm sure students will be listening to you more. I'm sure.
Thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We have one more question.
Yeah.
Yeah, from Pranav Shahib Hussain. He says, sir, do you think we could have done a better job in terms of COVID management if we would have used predictive analysis and AI in big data when collecting the data in the first wave?
Yes, I was telling you again and again that we all take right decisions, only time prove it wrong. What is happening is that some of you might have not born at that particular time. If you have seen a match between Asiad 82, between Bharat and Pakistan in the final, and India was winning all the matches, and when they reached in the final, they got defeated by 7-1 by Pakistan. And the first goal was done by Indians from Jafar Iqbal. I'm giving you an example to correlate in a faster way that the goalkeeper was Mir Ranjan Singh Negi. And the poor chap, one time he got a goal, somebody told you should have come in the front. Second time he has come in the front, then somebody said, and there was another goal. Somebody said you could have gone to the left side and jump it out. So we sitting outside of the government without knowing the resources constraint always feel that there is an area of improvement. Yes. Now question comes, artificial intelligence. America has a better artificial intelligence than all of us across the globe. They have done a lot of research. You can predict it, but do you have the resources to mobilize at such a agility that you can cope up with the situation? Now, if you see in May 20, the people have started giving predictions of the of how the pandemic will take place, first wave, second wave, third wave, peaks artificially. Yes, as a government, every government in the world should have done a better job by handling it in a much better way. But unfortunately, sometimes politics take over, sometimes resource becomes a limitation.
Thank you so much, sir. We have one more question from Ms. Rupa. Can you please give your opinion how subletting of tender to local constructors by big corporations like L&T is controlled and vigilanted?
Yes, very nice question, and which is very relevant to the construction industry. You see, it is like agriculture products. It is produced in the farm, then farm come to the near mandi, and this come to the packing, and that comes to Amazon, and then goes to your house with all the phenomena. Similar way, every big contract is managed from the subcontract. And these subcontracts are like your satellite subcontractors, which has resources of managing the local environment. But what they do not have is resources, planning, engineering, artificial intelligence, scheduling. And if you complement each other, then the subletting becomes efficient. But if you are a competitor to in both the fields, both don't have scheduler, both don't know the planning, both are having only money, don't know the job. In that case, this kind of subcontract do not work. Subcontract work where we have a complementary functions. Labor market, India is very badly needed, and whatever automation has taken place, but I think all of you have gone through the Lal Kuwa, you have seen the construction activity which is happening. So all of you know that ultimately the disturbances and the construction will be done by the workers. And for that purpose, you require local contractors. L&T having head office in Chennai cannot bring laborers from Chennai to work on Lal Kuwa.
Thank you so much, sir. We have Mr. Ashish Panda. He wants to ask a question. Over to you, Mr. Ashish.
Thank you, Dr. Sunaina. So very good afternoon, Rakesh sir. Actually, I have got a question for you. like in your session, actually, you have mentioned about the shortage of oxygen in this COVID-19 time. So I just wanted to tell a couple of things like before 50 years rather, people didn't require air condition because they have sufficient trees to keep them, cool. If I take you 60, 70 years back, so more, greenery or less human areas were there. Now we are cutting more forest and acquiring their places for living. So concern is, if I take any one important tree from four, like from people, pilkhan, bird, and gulhar actually, if I'll take an example of people tree. So people tree are one of the largest, tree responsible for maximum air purification. It control pollution at the maximum, as the life of a people tree is 100 to 160 years of time. It consume maximum dust particle and release maximum oxygen. Some of the very important oxygen rich plants and aerification plant are people. Now the concern is, according to research, if we plant seven people tree strategically, like 1 kilometer in 500 meter, if we plant strategically, so it can give the complete life, if the normal lifespan of any of the human being is say 60 to 70 years. So if we strategically plant 5 people trees, so it will give the sufficient amount of oxygen and the complete lifetime oxygen of 7 human being. So now the big question is coming, like how you see the scenario now, rather than planting a people tree and generating oxygen, pure oxygen for ourselves for the lifetime. If you are planting 5 people tree,
Ashish, we have shortage of time. Please come to your question.
my question is, sir, I mean, how you see the scenario actually? Since 9 evening to morning 9 o'clock, we are spending 10,000 to 15,000 for oxygen now. I mean, we are seeing the situation in the hospitals right now. But how you see the scenario, and what do you feel? Do we are the people, we are responsible for today's shortage of oxygen? Thank you.
Okay, I will answer this question in a two form. I have a village background, so I can answer you with point by point. Now you please try to understand, the oxygen which is available in the environment is not the oxygen which is needed at the medical store. It requires a processing. The second thing is, of course, we are responsible. In the village, what we have done, the village economy used to survive on an ecosystem of a village. Now the person used to get up at 4 o'clock, he used to work. Right now, the person is not able to get up 4 o'clock in the morning because he has seen the Saas Bhi Kahu Bahu Hai channel in the evening. He have a TV, he have a fridge, he has a electricity available to him, he has to pay for mobile phone, and ultimately selling his land and living in a 10 by 10 room with 10 people in Noida. So the question is, I have already explained in my system, you have to learn to live with the nature, not to exploit the nature. When you construct the road, whatever things you take out to construct a road, everything is exploitation of nature. Whether you prepare a cement, it is again carbonization. Whether you dig it out, you cut the trees, and then you make it in a normal way. So what I'm trying to say, future will lie in a socially local management and not exploiting. Now you see, earlier we used to have a coal, 80% our generation of electricity used to be through coal, and we used to run the vehicle continuously. Vehicle will again produce a carbon. When it will produce the carbon, to take the environment more correctly, you require more oxygen, you require more ventilator, you require more nebulizers to the people. With this all phenomena, if you live with the locals, if you generate the opportunity in the villages, then the people did not to come here, people did not to travel. Now electrification is going on. Railway, which is having a 68,000 kilometer route, 40,000 has been, 43,000 has already been electrified. So there is a target that by 2023, we will electrify the complete railway. We will have buses, which is electrified, which is running in Europe. We will have the metros, which will like a metro light. The metro light will be run like not on the track, it will run on the road. We have an RRTS system which is getting developed to see that our satellite towns are getting connected. People are not getting congested in a small town. So planting a tree, people tree, if you see, any North Indian is here, he can see the people tree is not cut by the villagers. They treat it as a curse if you cut a people tree, because it provides 100% conversion of oxygen. Yes, please.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. I think we had an overwhelming response of question, and that shows that in such a lucid manner, you answered each and every question. It was a pleasure to hear you. Over to you, Devanjali, for the further process.
Yes, ma'am. I would now like to request Professor Tapan Kumar Nayak, Dean Academics, IMS Ghaziabad and Chief Convener, ICMIC 21, to give the concluding remarks and propose the vote of thanks. Please, sir.
Thank you so much, Devanjali. I hope I am audible and visible both.
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. For me, it's a wow moment, let me tell you, all of you, because since morning I am listening to all the luminaries from different backgrounds, from different sectors. What I can say that I personally have learned a lot, and I'm sure all of us might have learned a great concepts, contents out of this conference from our distinguished speakers in the morning. Now, thank you so much, Devanjali, for giving me this privilege to propose the vote of thanks to this August gathering. Honorable Chief Guest, Sri Sunil Raina, Presidential Speaker, Mr. Satish Kaul, all our distinguished keynote speakers of the plenary session, Patron and Director, Dr. Urvashi Makkar, conference conveners, session chairs, members of the faculty and staff, delegates, and other distinguished guests, conference participants, and my dear students. A very, very good afternoon to one and all. On behalf of IMS Ghaziabad, it gives me immense pleasure and honor to propose the vote of thanks to this August gathering at this highly acclaimed international conference on managing inflection point in changing landscape through technological innovations, ICMIC 21, hosted by Institute of Management Studies, Ghaziabad. I feel honored to express my sincere gratitude to our chief guest, Sri Sunil Raina, for his kind acceptance to grace this conference and deliver the inaugural address despite of his very busy schedule. Your presence here today, despite of current pandemic, demonstrates your commitment towards the world of education. We thank you, sir, for your insightful address. I'm sure that the students and the participants will definitely carry your words of wisdom with all of you. I'm extremely thankful to our presidential speaker, Mr. Satish Kaul, for his valuable presence in this conference to bless the conference participants and thoughtful presidential address on the theme, Managing Inflection Point in Changing Landscape through Technological Innovations. I'm also extremely thankful to all our keynote speakers of plenary sessions, Dr. Michael Dodge, Dr. Sultana Princess, Mr. Ashish Patel, Dr. Ashish Bansal, Mr. Rakesh Gaur, and Mr. Amit Sethi for their valuable presence in this online conference to bless the conference participants with their thoughtful plenary talk on the theme, Managing Inflection Point in Changing Landscape, Role of Artificial Intelligence, Organization, and Society. I'm also highly thankful to all our session chairs, those who will be extending their valuable insights during the technical track sessions, where over 150 participants would be presenting their research papers in different tracks. Indeed, we are all highly fortunate to listen the bundles of wisdom from all the stalwarts being present in this highly acclaimed international conference of IMS Ghaziabad today. The conference brought very, very important deliberations such as inflection points in business environment, innovations, change and technological deletions and upgradations, philanthropies and societal change. I'm sure the August gathering has extracted the best of the contents from the highly rich deliberations from all our distinguished panelist speakers since morning. The conference would not have been possible without the meticulous, I say meticulous involvement, a minute-to-minute involvement, mentorship, guidance of our esteemed director, Dr. Urvashi Makkar. Ma'am, a huge round of applause for you, for your continuous involvement throughout to take this conference to this particular stage. And we are also thankful to Honorable Chairman Sri Naresh Agrawalji and Managing Trustee and the Chief Patron of this conference, Sri Nitin Agrawalji, for their all-time motivation, support, and guidance to make each and every event at IMS Ghaziabad a huge success. We're highly grateful to all the executive and governing council members, academic advisory council members of the institute for their timely guidance and support. I'm truly grateful to the conference conveners, Dr. Anita Singh, Dr. Sachin Malhotra, Dr. Avinav P. Tripathi, Dr. Sunena Jain, Dr. Harsh Pratap Singh, Mr. Rajneesh Jain, for their continuous involvement and brilliant efforts, tireless efforts on successfully organizing this conference. Thank you, all my dear conveners. I'm also thankful to the conference session chairs, faculty and staff coordinators, various committees, and the most important thing, all the student comparing team, without which generous contributions, this conference would not have been turned out to be a success today. Thank you to Devanjali and Sehwaz today and all other student comparing team, those will be handling the tracks and the valedictory session in the afternoon. Last but not the least, I sincerely thank all the participants, delegates, for being part of this international conference. I'm sure we all will cherish this academic milieu forever. Thank you. God bless you. And before I leave, I must say, all of you, that stay safe, be safe, follow social distancing, and wear the mask. And I'm sure together we all win this battle. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you.
Thank you
I
so
think,
much, sir.
Dr. Tapan, you can brief about the 3 technical sessions which are planned so that all are well aware instead of everyone will go out of the meeting.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Before I leave, let me tell you all the participants and delegates. We have 5 different technical tracks which are lined up, which will be starting from 2:20 p.m. We have all different tracks. The first track is on the technical tracks on finance, the marketing management. Then the second track on the research papers on the finance areas. The third track will be on HR areas. And the fourth track is on operations and IT. And the fifth track, we have a special student track where all the students will be presenting their papers. Okay, in each track, we'll have a best paper award. And in the student track, we'll have 3 best paper awards, first category, second category, and third categories. So I wish all of you great success, great time for the technical track sessions. And I'm sure all of you will enjoy presenting your research papers, your contributions in front of the panel experts. And I also request all our session hosts, session coordinators, and session rapporteur to start the session well in time and follow the processes which we have all discussed. Thank you, and over to you, Devanjali.
Thank you, sir. We shall be resuming with the technical track paper presentation at 2:20 p.m., followed by the valedictory session at 4:15 p.m.
And I would also request all the delegates and participants to please join the valedictory session at 4:15 p.m. And the link has already been shared with all of you. In fact, the link which we are using now is the same link which we'll be using during the valedictory sessions. In fact, the technical track sessions, the links will be different because we have 5 different tracks. And in the valedictory session, we'll be meeting here at this platform. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, madam, for all your support, all your guidance, and minute-to-minute help support to us to make this conference very, very successful. Thank you, ma'am.
Once again, I'm sure that we are going to have great learning experiences in the technical sessions. Looking forward to that. And my wishes to all the technical chairs and all the participants from different institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.